Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. The first message didn't even register as strange at first. Just a random text from an unknown number. Hey, hope your day was good. I glanced at it quickly, assuming it was a wrong number, or maybe a coworker whose number I'd never saved. Nothing alarming, just an innocent mistake. I replied politely, "Who is this?" No answer. I shrugged it off, went back to eating dinner. I lived alone, had for nearly 2 years since moving into my apartment in the city. It was a quiet neighborhood, safe, friendly enough, but mostly kept to itself. I'd always appreciated the privacy. Later that night, as I brushed my teeth, the phone buzzed again. Same number, still unidentified. "You look tired today. Hope you sleep better tonight." That stopped me mid-brush, a chill washing over me before logic kicked in. Probably a neighbor messing around, or someone who thought they were texting a friend. But the specificity gnawed at me. Looked tired today. It wasn't exactly threatening, but there was an intimacy to it that felt wrong. How could they know that? I rinsed out my mouth and typed another response, this time with less patience. "Seriously, who is this?" Again, no reply. I locked the screen, double-checked the door locks, and forced myself into bed. I stared at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I wasn't unsettled, that it was just an innocent misunderstanding. But sleep took longer than usual that night. The next day, work dragged on. I'd almost forgotten about the texts until my phone lit up on my lunch break. "Red really suits you." I glanced down at my sweater, the vibrant scarlet suddenly feeling like a target painted on my chest. I looked up and scanned the cafe, just strangers minding their own business. No one suspicious, no one even glancing my way. Yet my pulse had already quickened. This wasn't a mistake or a random prank. Whoever this was, they could see me right now. They were nearby. I replied instantly, hands trembling slightly as I typed, "Leave me alone. Stop watching me." This time, the reply came quickly. "Relax. I just thought you might want a friend today." I felt nauseous. Friend was the last word that came to mind. I left my half-eaten sandwich on the table, gathered my things, and hurried out, constantly looking over my shoulder on the walk back to work. That afternoon, the texts continued. Small things, observations about coworkers I'd spoken with, little comments on the songs playing from my earbuds, things only someone close enough could know. I blocked the number. 10 minutes later, a message appeared from a different one. "Blocking me won't change anything." I didn't reply this time. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I hurried home after work, checking every corner, every shadow along the way. I didn't want to go straight home, afraid whoever was messaging me might already know exactly where I lived, but I didn't know where else to go. I locked the door behind me, double-checked it again, and sat down on the couch, phone in my hand like it was a weapon. Minutes passed in silence until another buzz rattled through me. This one was worse. You never used to be this paranoid. You were always the calm one. The phrasing was familiar, intimate, like they knew me. I scrolled through my contacts, my mind racing. Exes, distant cousins, old friends I'd lost touch with, but no one matched. The knowledge felt too personal, too precise. I felt exposed, helpless, like my own memories were being weaponized against me. I texted back, finally desperate enough to plead. "Who are you? Please stop doing this." But the answer didn't help. "You already know me, better than you think." Fear slid down my spine. What did that even mean? I mentally sifted through people from my past, people I'd hurt, people I'd forgotten unfit. But clearly, I was missing something. I couldn't sleep again that night, unable to shake the creeping sensation of being watched. Every creak in my apartment, every distant car door made my heart jump. I kept all the lights on, wrapped myself in a blanket on the couch, afraid to even move. Around midnight, my phone lit up again, this time from my Instagram account. A new direct message from an unknown profile. I opened it, breath catching. "If you want answers, meet me tomorrow. You know where." A single photo followed. A bench in a small park I recognized instantly. It was near my childhood home. I'd sat there countless times as a teenager, listening to music, hiding from family fights and school stress. Only someone who knew me then, who had known my life deeply, could have chosen that spot. It wasn't just fear now. It was anger, confusion, a growing sense of violation that sank deeper with each heartbeat. Someone close had been following me, invading my privacy, shattering any sense of safety I'd built. I hesitated, thumbs hovering over the keyboard, then typed slowly. "What do you want from me?" Seconds later, the reply came, short and unsettlingly gentle. "Just to talk, face to face, no more secrets." That last word, secrets, landed hard, heavy with meaning. Whoever this was, they knew more than just superficial details. They knew things I'd carefully buried, things only my closest family members had any inkling of, things I desperately tried to forget. I stared at the message, debating. The park was public. It would be daylight. There'd be people around people to witness whatever happened. Maybe I could finally confront whoever was doing this. Maybe the nightmare would end. Or maybe it wouldn't. I spent the rest of the night turning over memories in my head, trying to identify the sender. Faces drifted through my thoughts, people from school, exes, distant family. None fit, none made sense. But then, just as morning sunlight began to spill through my curtains, something clicked, something I'd overlooked. The familiarity, the strange tenderness in the messages, like someone trying to connect, to comfort me, but not knowing how. My blood ran cold. Because I finally recognized that tone, that confused gentleness mixed with uncomfortable closeness, a voice I hadn't heard clearly in years but still haunted my memories. I whispered the name out loud, testing it, hoping I was wrong, even though every instinct told me I wasn't. Eli, my brother. I hadn't said his name out loud in years, but the moment I whispered it, something inside me cracked open. Eli. Just the sound of those 3 letters was enough to bring back memories I'd spent a long time burying. Eli was my older brother, 4 years older, with thick brown hair always half covering his eyes, and the quiet intensity of someone who saw the world in a completely different way than everyone else. Even as kids, I'd been protective of him, especially after the diagnosis. Paranoid schizophrenia. I was 15 when our parents finally told me the truth. Eli was 19. I hadn't understood everything then, just that my brother, who used to draw comic strips for me and make me laugh harder than anyone else, had started slipping away, drifting off into a world that no one else could see. It was never violent, never dangerous, just sad. Eli withdrew, living more inside his head, talking quietly to voices that didn't talk back, becoming distant from everyone, including me. He eventually left home, moved into assisted living, got on medications that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. The last few years, we'd barely spoken. I drifted away, focused on college, work, life, my own desperate attempt to move on from the pain of watching someone I loved lose himself. But these messages, the intrusive familiarity of them, it suddenly made sense. Eli had always been perceptive, deeply tuned into things most people ignored. He used to watch me from the window, sketching quietly, picking up on things no one else noticed. The way I moved when I was upset, the color I wore when I was happy, the smallest gestures that betrayed my moods. The messages were him, intrusive, sure, but not malicious. Just Eli's way of reaching out, of trying to bridge the gap he'd always struggled to cross. And yet, as quickly as relief washed over me, guilt followed right behind. If it was Eli, then it was my fault for ignoring him, my fault for pushing him away, for letting it get to this point. I stared at my phone, reading that final message over and over. Just to talk, face to face, no more secrets. I felt sick. There was no choice anymore. I had to meet him. I owed him at least that. Even if every fiber in my body screamed at me to run, to block him again, to pretend he didn't exist, I knew I couldn't. Not this time. I sent a reply with shaking fingers, words simple but heavy with meaning. I'll be there. Please, Eli, no more games. The message showed as read, but there was no reply. Silence stretched out for what felt like hours, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. The next morning came fast, sunlight filtering weakly through gray clouds, filling my apartment with a muted light. I dressed simply: jeans, a loose sweater, and sneakers, comforting, familiar. I wasn't sure how to dress for this kind of reunion. I wasn't sure if it even was one. I made coffee but didn't drink it. Instead, I stared into the mug, mentally rehearsing what I'd say. Would I apologize? Would he? Could he even understand the fear he'd put me through? What if I confronted him and he didn't recognize me? Or worse, Couldn't even explain why he'd reached out in such a twisted way. The park was quiet when I got there, a chill in the air making me shiver even beneath my sweater. The bench Eli had shown me in the message was empty, the faded wood looking exactly the same as it had when we were teenagers. I remembered Eli teaching me how to sketch there, how to see the world in shapes instead of lines. My chest tightened, a strange ache rising into my throat. I sat down, glancing around nervously. Joggers passed by, earbuds in, faces set in focused determination. A woman walked a small dog. An elderly couple shared a silent breakfast from paper bags. All so normal, and yet every passing face made my pulse quicken. 20 minutes passed, and I began to doubt myself. Maybe Eli wouldn't show. Maybe he'd changed his mind. Maybe I'd imagined the entire scenario, projecting my own fears onto random messages. Just as I was about to leave, the phone buzzed in my pocket. "Stay, almost there." I glanced around, heart pounding. And then I saw him, moving slowly down the path toward me, hands stuffed awkwardly into the pockets of his oversized hoodie, head down slightly as if trying not to attract attention. Eli looked older, thinner, hair still long and messy, eyes cautious behind his glasses. When he reached the bench, he stood a few feet away, hesitant. "Hey," he said softly. My voice came out strained, unfamiliar. "Hey, Eli." He stood still, unsure what to do next. The silence stretched painfully between us, each second deepening the awkwardness, until finally I broke it. "Why did you do this?" My voice shook more than I wanted it to. "Why the messages, the watching? Why couldn't you just talk to me?" Eli looked away, toward the ground, shifting nervously. His shoulders hunched, the way they always did when he was uncomfortable. Didn't think you'd answer otherwise. I didn't know how else to get your attention." His voice was the same quiet murmur I remembered, shy and uncertain, vulnerable. A strange mix of affection and resentment stirred inside me. Eli had always lived on the edge of reality, and maybe this was the only way he knew how to reach out. But the invasion of privacy, the fear he'd caused, it wasn't easy to forgive, even if it was Eli. "You scared me," I said finally, voice tight. "Do you understand that?" He nodded slowly, barely meeting my eyes. "I know. I'm sorry. I know it was wrong. I just wanted you to see, to realize how it feels." What feels?" I asked, confused. "To be watched, to have someone always in your head." He tapped his temple lightly, his gaze intense, but strangely sad. "To never feel alone, like I've felt every day for years." The weight of his words settled between us heavily. Eli hadn't done this to harm me, not intentionally. He'd done it to show me his world, the paranoia, the isolation, the constant presence he couldn't escape. "I didn't want to hurt you," he said softly, taking a cautious step closer. "I just wanted you to understand. I wanted you back in my life. But I did it wrong, didn't I?" My throat tightened, tears burning behind my eyes. He had done it wrong, terribly wrong, but beneath it was the brother I'd always known. a broken, desperate attempt at connection. "Yes," I said finally, "you did." Eli nodded again, looking defeated. "I'm sorry. I'll go." He turned slowly, starting to walk away. Panic surged through me, sudden and overwhelming. Despite everything, despite the fear, he was still my brother, and losing him again felt unbearable. "Eli," I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "Wait." He stopped, turning to look at me cautiously. I swallowed hard, taking a shaky step toward him. Maybe we can talk," I said softly. "For real this time." A small, hesitant smile flickered across his face, brief but real. "I'd like that," he whispered. "No more secrets." I nodded, finally smiling back. No more secrets. We ended up at a small coffee shop a couple blocks from the park, one we used to visit back when things were simpler. Eli walked a step behind me, his hands jammed into his hoodie pockets, shoulders hunched as though he were afraid of being recognized. He didn't say much, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. Just uncertain, fragile, as if the slightest wrong word could break it again. We found a table in the corner by the window. I ordered coffees for both of us, without having to ask how Eli wanted his. He always liked it the same way, strong, with a little sugar and no milk. Strange how details like that stick, even after years apart. When I brought the drinks over, Eli murmured a quiet thank you, his voice barely audible over the hum of conversation around us. He stared at the coffee for a long moment, fingers gripping the sides of the cup tightly, knuckles pale. I let the silence linger. It felt delicate, like a frozen lake we were both cautiously stepping onto. Finally, Eli broke it. "I didn't think you'd actually meet me," he said softly, eyes fixed on the tabletop. "I didn't think I'd ever hear from you again." I admitted, trying to keep my voice gentle, even though part of me was still raw from the fear of the past few days. "Why now, Eli? Why like this?" He swallowed, his eyes flickering up to meet mine briefly before looking away again. He looked so young in that moment, lost and uncertain, like the older brother I once knew had been replaced by someone I barely recognized. "I missed you," he finally said, "and I got scared." "Scared?" I echoed, confused. "Of what?" He hesitated, shifting uneasily in his seat. "They changed my meds a couple months ago. At first, things seemed better, clearer, but then it felt different. Like I was seeing everything too clearly. Every detail was louder. People felt too close, even when they were far away." I listened carefully, my heart sinking. I remembered this from before, the way Eli used to describe feeling overwhelmed, as if the world around him was turned up too loud, too bright. Like he couldn't escape from anything. "But why the messages, Eli? The watching?" I asked quietly. "Why not just call me?" He looked down again, shame clouding his expression. "I couldn't. Every time I tried, my head filled with voices, noise, telling me you'd hate me for disappearing, that you wouldn't believe me. I kept trying, but I got stuck. I thought, he trailed off, swallowing hard. I thought maybe if I reached you in a different way, you'd finally notice me. I reached out instinctively, gently touching his hand. He flinched at first, but then slowly relaxed under my fingertips. "I've always noticed you, Eli," I whispered. "You're my brother. You didn't have to scare me to get my attention." "I know," he said weakly, "but I didn't mean it to be scary, not at first. I thought I was just saying hello, checking in, and then it got harder to stop." The messages felt safe, like I could speak without all the noise, but then I realized how it was hurting you, and I was so ashamed. But I didn't know how to stop either. His voice trembled, and his hand gripped mine tighter, as if he were holding onto something fragile. I felt an ache deep in my chest, a painful tenderness for the boy he used to be, mixed with sadness for who he'd become. "What about the photos, Eli? How did you get those?" My voice was gentle, trying not to accuse. It felt like you were always right there, watching. Eli shook his head, eyes widening. "I didn't take any photos, I swear, just the messages." His confusion seemed genuine. I studied him carefully, looking for deception, but there was none. Only confusion, and now fear. "You never followed me? Never took pictures of me at home or sleeping?" "No." He pulled his hand away sharply, panic rising in his voice. "I wouldn't do that, not to you. You have to believe me." I did believe him. Eli had always struggled, but deception had never been part of his character. But that left a far more unsettling question: if not him, then who? I tried to push that thought away for now, focusing instead on Eli. "It's okay, I believe you." His relief was immediate, a wave of tension leaving his body. "Thank you," he whispered. "I'd never want to hurt you, never." We sat quietly again, sipping coffee as the familiar background noise of the cafe filled the gap between us. After a while, Eli spoke again, voice hesitant but clearer now. "I want things to be different," he said slowly. "I'm tired of feeling trapped inside myself, but I can't do it alone. I need someone I trust." My chest tightened again. I knew what he was asking. It meant stepping back into a role I'd walked away from, reopening old wounds I'd tried desperately to heal. But looking at Eli now, vulnerable and asking for help, I knew I couldn't turn away. He was still my brother, still someone I loved deeply, no matter how complicated our history had become. "Then let's do it right," I said softly. "We'll find you a doctor, someone who listens. We'll get you stable again. But Eli, you have to promise me, no more hiding. No more secret messages, just honesty." He nodded, earnest eyes meeting mine. "I promise." I squeezed his hand gently, hope mingling cautiously with anxiety. I wasn't naive, recovery wasn't guaranteed, and there was a long, painful road ahead. But at least now, I knew who I was walking that road with. As we stood to leave, Eli suddenly stiffened, glancing nervously out the cafe window. I followed his gaze, seeing nothing but cars passing by, strangers going about their day. "What is it?" I asked gently. sensing his anxiety returning. Eli shook his head slowly, eyes troubled. I don't know. I feel like someone else has been watching, following. Sometimes the voices tell me they're real. My throat tightened sharply, the image of those photographs flashing through my mind again, the ones Eli swore he hadn't taken. It might just be your anxiety, I offered gently, though I wasn't sure I believed it myself anymore. Eli hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Maybe, he whispered, but it feels different this time. As we left the cafe, stepping into the cool air outside, I glanced around instinctively. People moved past, going about ordinary lives, nothing suspicious, nothing out of place. And yet, now that Eli had said it, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that he was right, that someone else was there, just out of sight, waiting. I swallowed hard, trying to push the thought away. But deep down, I knew Eli was telling the truth. His paranoia had always blurred reality, but this time, the line between his fears and mine was beginning to fade. This time the threat felt real. Eli and I spent the rest of the afternoon together, walking through familiar streets, past the old bookstore we both used to love, and the ice cream shop we'd frequent as kids. The familiarity was comforting at first, a gentle balm easing the tension of the day. But as the hours passed, I couldn't ignore the unease that had settled beneath the surface. We talked quietly, but never about the messages or the unsettling photos that Eli insisted he knew nothing about. Instead, we talked about old memories, small moments we'd shared before everything fractured, our parents arguing behind closed doors, Eli sneaking me comic books he'd drawn himself, whispering stories to distract me from the reality neither of us wanted to face. The past was safer territory, a temporary escape from the lingering anxiety that now seemed to shadow both of us. By early evening, fatigue began showing on Eli's face. His gaze flickered nervously at passing cars, and occasionally he'd glance over his shoulder, eyes scanning the crowd as though expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. It wasn't just paranoia, I felt it too, a prickling sense of being watched, of never truly being alone. "You okay?" I finally asked, as we stopped by a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. He hesitated, eyes darting to mine before quickly looking away again. "Not really," he admitted softly. "It feels like someone's still out there, like we're not safe." I swallowed hard, glancing around instinctively. "I know, but we're together now. Whoever it is, whatever's happening, we'll face it." Eli nodded slowly, but the tension remained. The truth was, I had no idea how to protect us if Eli was right, if someone else was indeed watching us. But I wasn't going to let him see that fear. He needed reassurance right now, not my uncertainty. We eventually reached my apartment, and Eli hesitated on the sidewalk. "Are you sure it's okay if I stay here?" he asked nervously, shifting from foot to foot. "It's fine," I assured him gently, offering a reassuring smile. "I'd rather have you close tonight anyway." Inside, my small apartment felt strangely vulnerable. It had been my sanctuary for so long, yet now, standing in the hallway with Eli. It seemed unprotected, exposed. We locked the door and drew the curtains, though it did little to ease my anxiety. Eli sat quietly on the couch, looking around with wide, uncertain eyes, taking in the space where I'd built my life. I moved around nervously, making tea neither of us wanted, turning on lights, trying to fill the silence that stretched between us. As darkness fell, Eli's anxiety grew worse. He started pacing the room, glancing at the windows frequently. I gently tried to guide him back to the couch, but he seemed lost in thought, increasingly agitated. "Eli," I said carefully, sitting beside him, "what's going on?" He turned toward me, his eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Can't explain it clearly. It's like I can sense someone else around us. I thought it was just my head, but now it feels real. I took his hands in mine, feeling their coldness, trembling slightly. "Eli, listen. Whatever it is, we're safe here." "Are we?" he whispered, eyes filled with doubt. "Those photos you mentioned, the ones you thought were me, I keep thinking about them. If it wasn't me, then someone else really is watching you, watching us." His words sent chills down my spine, forcing me to face what I'd been avoiding. Someone else had been here close enough to photograph me, to invade my life. It was no longer a paranoid fear. It was reality. As I struggled with that realization, Eli stood abruptly, moving quickly toward the window. He parted the curtain slightly, peering out into the darkness. He froze suddenly, shoulders stiffening. "What is it?" I asked sharply, pulse quickening. He didn't answer at first, his body rigid. Finally he turned, face pale and voice strained. "Someone standing across the street, just watching." My heart skipped. I moved swiftly, joining him at the window, eyes following where he pointed. In the dim glow of a street lamp stood a figure too far to make out clearly, but unmistakably facing our building. My throat tightened as the figure shifted slightly, turning toward our window, as if knowing we'd seen them. "It's them," Eli whispered, panic rising. "It's got to be." I tried to steady myself, forcing calm into my voice. "We'll call the police. This has gone too far." But even as I spoke, something about the figure struck me as familiar. The way they stood, the slow tilt of the head, something I'd seen before, something almost recognizable. "Wait," I murmured, focusing harder, the street lamp casting just enough illumination to reveal an outline of the face. A surge of dread filled my chest. I knew exactly who it was. "It's Daniel," I breathed, disbelief mixing with horror. Daniel, my ex-boyfriend, the man I'd broken up with months ago after realizing he'd been quietly obsessive, controlling in ways I'd dismissed until it was impossible to ignore. Daniel, who knew my routines, my secrets, who'd watched me sleep countless times before. "Your ex?" Eli's voice shook, eyes wide with disbelief. I nodded, trembling now. "He's been watching me this whole time." A sudden clarity hit me, cold and stark. Daniel must have known Eli's condition, exploiting it, using it as a mask to hide his own behavior. He knew about Eli's struggles, my vulnerability around my brother, He knew exactly how to break through my defenses. Eli's panic surged visibly, eyes darting wildly around the room. "He's been following you, using me to scare you. It's my fault." "No," I cut him off firmly. "None of this is your fault, Eli." My phone buzzed suddenly, making both of us jump. Hands trembling, I opened the message. It was from Daniel, the words clear and chilling. "Tell Eli thank you. He made it so easy." Anger flared inside me, fierce and protective. He'd used Eli, manipulated both of us, played on our fears to regain control. I dialed the police quickly, voice shaking as I explained. They promised to send a patrol immediately, instructing us to stay inside, lock all doors, and wait. As we waited, Eli sat shaking on the couch, eyes fixed blankly on the floor, overwhelmed with guilt. I sat beside him, holding his hand tightly, whispering reassurances. I felt violated, betrayed by someone I'd once trusted, but more than anything, I felt furious. Daniel had exploited Eli's condition, tried to break the fragile bond we'd been rebuilding. I wouldn't let him succeed. When the police finally arrived, Daniel was gone, but the officers found evidence in his apartment, linking him clearly to everything. Photos, printed texts, even surveillance notes. They assured us he'd be found quickly. Yet even after they left, the feeling of vulnerability lingered, the shadows of betrayal hard to shake. Eli stayed silent for a long time, finally looking at me, eyes haunted. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I should have known." I squeezed his hand, voice gentle but firm. "This is Daniel's fault, not yours. You trusted me enough to come back. Now you have to trust me again. This is not on you." He nodded slowly, eyes searching mine, desperate for reassurance. "You promise?" I hugged him tightly, breathing deeply as tears stung my eyes. "I promise, Eli, it's going to be okay." And for the first time in weeks, despite the lingering fear and Daniel's betrayal, I allowed myself to believe that it just might be true. In the days following Daniel's revelation, life became a strange mixture of relief and lingering anxiety. Daniel had vanished into hiding, police assured us they were actively searching, but every day without news stretched our nerves thinner. Eli stayed with me. Neither of us felt safe apart. But safety was relative. The apartment once my sanctuary now felt exposed, vulnerable. I'd jump at every creak, every muffled voice outside. Eli was worse. He struggled to sleep, pacing the living room late at night, glancing nervously toward the windows. Despite the police presence, Daniel's threat remained a constant shadow, darkening our daily lives. Yet, beneath the fear, there was something unexpected. Eli and I had begun to reconnect, rebuilding the bond we'd lost years ago. I took time off work, knowing Eli couldn't manage alone just yet. Each day, we'd share quiet breakfasts in the kitchen, coffee for me, tea for Eli. We talked softly about small things, the books we'd been reading, shows we used to watch, and childhood memory-safe topics, gentle attempts to regain a sense of normalcy. But underneath, tension lingered. The traumatic events had left Eli emotionally fragile. His anxiety flared without warning. Often he'd pause mid-sentence, eyes losing focus, withdrawing into a world only he could perceive. When he'd return, blinking slowly, embarrassment filled his face. "I'm sorry," he'd whisper each time, voice filled with shame. "I'm trying, I really am." And each time, I'd reassure him gently, "I know, Eli, you don't have to apologize, it's okay." But it wasn't okay, not yet. I saw the guilt in his eyes every time the silence stretched too long. Eli blamed himself for Daniel's manipulation, convinced he'd brought this on both of us. No amount of reassurance could fully erase his guilt, but I kept trying. One afternoon I sat quietly with Eli in the living room, sunlight filtering softly through the curtains. He stared blankly out the window, lost in thought, legs tucked tightly beneath him. The silence felt fragile, and I broke it carefully. "Eli," I began softly, "have you considered therapy again? Someone new, someone who can help you process this?" He looked away, shoulders tensing immediately. I saw his hesitation, the painful memories of past therapists, the constant struggle of opening up only to feel misunderstood. "I don't know," he murmured finally. "I'm tired of people thinking they understand when they don't." My heart ached for him. Eli's world was a constant battle, his reality shifting, his thoughts crowded with confusion and noise, but he needed professional help. He couldn't carry this alone, and neither could I. "It'll be different this time," I said gently. "We'll find someone who listens, someone who won't rush or judge." He sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. "Maybe. But what if I'm too far gone? What if Daniel was right?" "What do you mean, Daniel was right?" I asked sharply, my stomach tightening. Eli swallowed, eyes dropping nervously. "The things he said, the texts he sent you pretending to be me. Maybe some of them were true." "Eli," I said firmly, reaching out and holding his hand. "Daniel manipulated us. He knew your vulnerabilities, knew exactly how to exploit them. Don't let him inside your head. You are not what he made you out to be." His eyes met mine, uncertain yet desperate to believe. "I want to be normal," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. "I want my head to be quiet." My throat tightened painfully. I wished I could promise him peace, promise him that his reality would simplify, his mind clear. But we both knew I couldn't. Instead, I squeezed his hand gently. "We'll find a way to make things better, Eli. I'm here. We'll face it together." He nodded silently, leaning into my shoulder, seeking comfort. I held him close, trying to be the steady presence he needed, even as my own fears clawed beneath the surface. The evening was quieter. Eli lost in his sketchbook, carefully drawing scenes I didn't fully understand, figures and shadows, fragments of memories. Sketching had always been Eli's escape, the place he could articulate thoughts and emotions too complex for words. Watching him work, pencil moving carefully across paper, filled me with quiet hope. At least he had this, a lifeline, a way to process the chaos inside. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, dread began to creep back in. Nights were the hardest darkness, amplifying our anxieties, transform every shadow into a threat. Each sound outside, the distant hum of traffic, footsteps in the hall, set my pulse racing. That night, I lay awake long after Eli finally fell into restless sleep on the couch. Staring at the ceiling, I replayed every interaction with Daniel, searching desperately for signs I'd missed, clues I'd ignored. Had I overlooked warnings, dismissed red flags out of convenience? My phone buzzed suddenly, startling me. Anxiety surged instantly, dread filling my chest. I grabbed it quickly, heart sinking as I saw the familiar unknown number. The message was short, chillingly simple. "You think I'm gone, but I'm never far away." Panic surged through me. I sat upright, breathing fast. Daniel hadn't disappeared. He was watching, waiting, taunting us. My first instinct was to call the police immediately, but before I could dial, a noise outside drew my attention, a soft rustling by the front door. Pulse racing, I stood slowly, moving quietly toward the door. Peering through the peephole revealed only empty darkness. Yet, as I stood frozen, I heard another sound, a muffled cough, faint yet unmistakable. Someone was there. Heart pounding, I turned toward Eli. He was awake now, eyes wide with panic. He must have sensed my fear. "Is someone there?" he whispered, voice shaking. I hesitated, unsure what to do. Then another sound, a faint knock, gentle, barely audible. "Call the police," I whispered urgently to Eli. "Now." He nodded quickly, reaching for his phone, fingers fumbling in panic. Meanwhile, I stood motionless by the door, breath shallow, listening. Another knock, this one firmer. Then a voice, soft, strangely calm. "It's me. Please open up. I just want to talk." Daniel's voice was quiet, gentle, a carefully constructed mask, designed to manipulate and disarm. It sent chills through me. "Go away," I shouted, voice trembling. "The police are on their way." Silence stretched for several heartbeats. Then finally, Daniel spoke again, voice colder now, bitterness seeping through. "You always misunderstood me. I only ever wanted to protect you from him." The words hung ominously, a twisted logic designed to confuse, to instill doubt. He was trying to turn me against Eli again, sow seeds of mistrust. My voice shook with anger as I responded. "You tried to destroy my family, Daniel. You used Eli, you tried to break us. I'll never trust you again." Another pause, heavy and tense. Then quietly, just loud enough to reach through the door, Daniel whispered, "I'll always be here, watching, waiting." Silence followed, broken only by Eli's rapid, shaky breathing. We stood frozen, listening to fading footsteps down the hallway. Within minutes, the flashing lights of the police arrived, but by then Daniel had vanished again. We spent hours with the officers, recounting every detail. They promised extra surveillance, reassurance of safety, but neither Eli nor I felt secure. As the police finally left, Eli looked at me, eyes haunted. "It's never going to stop, is it?" I drew him close, feeling his trembling frame against mine, the weight of reality settling heavily. The police left us alone again, their promises of extra patrols and surveillance cameras echoing hollowly around the apartment. Neither Eli nor I believed it would be enough. After all, Daniel had slipped away once before. What's to stop him from doing it again? Exhausted, I moved to lock and relock the doors, checking the windows one by one, pulling the curtains closed against the dark night. My hands shook slightly as I drew the bolt firmly in place. It didn't feel sufficient, but it was all I could do. Eli watched quietly, his eyes wide with anxiety, tension humming beneath his silence. I tried to smile reassuringly, but it faltered halfway. Instead, I sank onto the couch next to him, feeling suddenly drained. "I'm sorry," I murmured. "This isn't your fault, Eli, none of it." He didn't respond right away, eyes fixed on the floor, fingers anxiously twisting together. Eventually, he lifted his gaze toward me, a faint tremor in his voice. But I made it easy for him. I gave him an opening. "You didn't," I told him gently but firmly. "He used you. He manipulated both of us." Eli exhaled shakily, looking uncertain. But I let him. I didn't see through it. I should have known, should have been able to tell. My chest tightened with empathy. Eli had always carried blame easily, shouldering responsibility even when it wasn't his to bear. Growing up, he would blame himself whenever our parents fought, or if I got hurt falling off a bike, always finding reasons he should have prevented it. I reached out, gently squeezing his arm. "You can't control someone else's choices. Daniel is manipulative. You trusted someone who pretended to care. There's no shame in that." He nodded slightly, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. His mind had always been his toughest enemy, spiraling into self-blame and anxiety without a clear escape route. We sat in silence for a long time after that, tension lingering heavily. Neither of us wanted to sleep. Rest meant vulnerability, a surrendering to unconsciousness when danger felt too close. Instead, we stayed awake, sipping lukewarm tea and waiting, both of us alert for the slightest sound. When morning came, pale and gray through the curtains, the anxiety had dulled into exhausted resignation. Eli was quiet, withdrawn, his eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. He barely touched his breakfast, picking at his toast without appetite. After another long silence, Eli finally spoke, voice tentative. "Maybe we should go somewhere else for a while." "Where would we go?" I asked softly, not dismissively, just genuinely unsure. He hesitated, eyes on his plate. "A hotel, maybe, somewhere anonymous, just until the police find Daniel." I sighed softly, wishing it could be that simple. "I don't know if that'll make a difference. Daniel seems to find us wherever we go. Running won't solve this." Eli looked away, frustration shadowing his expression. I felt guilty instantly. My words had come out harsher than I'd intended. I quickly amended, gentler this time, but maybe getting away briefly wouldn't hurt. Clear our heads, feel safer, even temporarily. Eli nodded, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Just a short break, maybe somewhere quiet. We settled on a small hotel a couple of towns over, tucked away enough to give a false sense of anonymity. Packing felt rushed and tense, the simple act of gathering belongings taking on an urgency that made my heart race. We moved quickly, neither of us speaking much, eyes darting constantly to windows and doors. The drive was quiet. Eli stared silently out the window, lost in thought, while I kept glancing in the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see Daniel's car following us at every turn. My pulse quickened each time headlights appeared behind us, anxiety spiking until the vehicle passed safely by. When we finally reached the hotel, its anonymity felt comforting at first, a place where nobody knew us, where Daniel couldn't possibly know we'd chosen to stay. We checked in swiftly, eager to escape into the small room and lock the world out. Inside, Eli visibly relaxed slightly. He sat on one of the beds, shoulders finally losing some tension, though his eyes remained wary. "Better?" I asked gently, setting our bags down. "A little," he murmured. "It just feels good to be somewhere Daniel hasn't touched." I nodded, understanding fully. I felt it too, a subtle lifting of pressure, a temporary illusion of safety. For a moment, we both allowed ourselves the comfort of that illusion. We spent the day quietly. Eli sketched, pouring himself into his art as always, lines and shades becoming an escape from anxiety. I pretended to read, my eyes skimming over words without absorbing them, too distracted by every faint noise outside the door. Night returned quicker than either of us wanted. Darkness brought back all the anxiety we'd tried to outrun. Sleep felt impossible, even as exhaustion tugged insistently at my eyelids. Around midnight, Eli finally drifted into restless sleep. I stayed awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, body tense despite fatigue. Then, softly, my phone buzzed again. Fear spiked instantly through my veins, sharp and familiar. Heart racing, I grabbed it, praying it was just an automated notification, something innocent, harmless. It wasn't. Daniel again. Short, chilling words on the screen. "Did you really think leaving would fix this? You can't hide." I froze, pulse pounding in my ears. He knew where we were, or at least that we'd left. The temporary sanctuary shattered instantly, leaving me feeling exposed again, cornered. Glancing anxiously at Eli's sleeping form, I debated waking him. But he needed rest desperately. He'd reached his limit physically and emotionally. I couldn't drag him into fresh panic, not yet. Quietly, heart thudding, I slipped from the bed, moved silently to the window, pulling the curtain aside slightly, just enough to peer into the parking lot below. At first, nothing moved in the shadows, empty cars parked beneath pools of yellow street lamp glow. Then, in the far corner, something shifted, a brief, deliberate movement. Daniel. My stomach twisted sharply. He stood beside his car, hidden partially in shadows, yet clearly visible enough that I recognized him instantly. Even from this distance, his stance was unmistakable, confident, composed, utterly sure he had control. As if sensing me, Daniel looked up directly toward our window, face illuminated faintly by the street lamp. He stared unwaveringly, sending chills through my body. I stepped back quickly, breath shallow, anxiety clawing at my throat. We weren't safe here. Daniel was determined, relentless. He wouldn't stop until he had what he wanted. I returned swiftly to Eli's side, touching his shoulder gently. He stirred groggily, eyes blinking open in confusion. "Eli," I whispered urgently, "we have to leave now. Daniel's here." His eyes widened instantly, sleep vanishing, replaced by fresh fear. Without questions, he moved swiftly, grabbing his bag. Together, we hurriedly exited the room, taking a side staircase down, avoiding elevators and lobby, desperate to avoid Daniel seeing us leave. Outside, cold air hit sharply, grounding my senses. Heart hammering, we moved quickly toward our car, constantly checking around us, every shadow feeling threatening. As we reached the car, a figure emerged suddenly from the darkness behind us, footsteps rapid, breath audible, fear surged, adrenaline sharp. We spun quickly, heart pounding wildly, pulse deafening. But it wasn't Daniel. Instead, it was a hotel employee, expression confused, slightly embarrassed. "Sorry," she stammered nervously. "I saw you rushing out. Everything okay?" I exhaled shakily, relief mixing with lingering anxiety. We thought someone was following us. We were just leaving. She nodded, concerned. "Want me to call police?" I hesitated, then shook my head quickly. "Number, it's okay, thank you." We climbed swiftly into our car, hearts racing still. As I drove away quickly, Eli whispered shakily beside me, "Where now? Where do we go?" I glanced at him, desperation and determination mixing sharply in my chest. "We confront him," I finally said. "No more running, no more hiding." Eli didn't respond, but his silence said enough. We both knew it was our only choice left. We didn't speak for most of the drive back home. Silence filled the car, heavy with tension and the unspoken anxiety we both carried. Outside, the night was quiet, too quiet. Streetlights flickered past, illuminating our faces in brief flashes. Eli sat hunched in the passenger seat, eyes fixed straight ahead, lost somewhere deep within himself. Confronting Daniel was a risk, and we both knew it. But running had become pointless. Daniel would follow us no matter where we went, always lingering just beyond our sight. We needed to face him directly, take control away from him. It was the only path toward reclaiming our lives. When we reached our street, a sinking dread crept into my chest. Daniel's car was parked just across from my apartment building, clearly visible under the dim streetlight. He stood beside it, waiting calmly, almost casually, as if he'd expected us, as if he'd been waiting for precisely this moment. I parked carefully, breathing deeply to calm my trembling hands. Eli glanced at me, eyes wide and fearful. He seemed younger now, vulnerable, reminding me painfully of our childhood, of the brother I'd once protected fiercely. "You can stay here," I whispered gently, giving him an out. "You don't have to face him." Eli shook his head, determination mingling with his fear. "I won't leave you alone again. I've run enough." His courage, quiet and firm, steadied me. We exited the car together, moving slowly toward Daniel. He watched silently, expression unreadable, his eyes flickering between Eli and me, assessing. "Finally stopped running?" Daniel asked softly, voice unsettlingly calm. He sounded almost reasonable, like we were meeting under normal circumstances. I fought to keep my voice steady, despite the nerves coiled tight in my stomach. "This ends now, Daniel. You've gone too far." He tilted his head slightly, studying us thoughtfully. "You don't understand. I was protecting you. From him." His eyes shifted sharply toward Eli accusingly. "He's dangerous, unstable." "Eli's my brother," I said, fiercely, stepping protectively closer. "He's not dangerous. The only danger here is you." Daniel's expression hardened slightly. "I did everything for you. He abandoned you, made your life chaotic. I gave you stability, safety. I watched over you, kept you safe." "You stalked me," I interrupted sharply. "Manipulated Eli, violated my privacy. That isn't safety, Daniel. That's obsession." His jaw tightened briefly, eyes flickering angrily. "You'll regret choosing him over me. He's sick. He'll only drag you down with him." Eli stepped forward suddenly, voice quiet yet clear. "Maybe I am sick, maybe I struggle, but I would never intentionally hurt her, not like you did. Not by stalking her, scaring her, destroying her trust. I'm not perfect, but at least I know how to care about someone without controlling them." Daniel's eyes narrowed sharply, anger flickering dangerously beneath his composed surface. "You don't get to judge me." "I'm not judging," Eli interrupted gently. "I'm just speaking the truth. You don't love her. You want to own her." The air thickened sharply, tension crackling between them. Daniel's expression shifted, his carefully controlled demeanor fracturing slightly, revealing bitterness beneath. I spoke calmly, clearly, forcing strength into my voice despite the shaking in my hands. "You need to leave, Daniel. The police already know everything. You can't control us anymore." Daniel laughed bitterly, voice strained. "The police won't do anything. They never do, not until it's too late. You'll see. You'll realize I was the only one protecting you." He stepped toward us sharply, posture tense, aggressive. Fear surged through me, raw and instinctual, but I refused to back away. Eli moved slightly closer, protective despite his obvious anxiety. Then headlights appeared suddenly, bathing us all in brightness. 2 police cars pulled quickly alongside us, doors opening swiftly. Officers emerged rapidly, approaching cautiously, voices firm as they ordered Daniel to step back. Daniel hesitated, eyes darting briefly between us, his anger fading to resignation. He stepped back slowly, hands raised slightly, voice bitter as he spoke one final time. "You'll regret this, both of you." But his threats rang hollow now, powerless beneath the steady authority of the officers approaching him. Within moments, Daniel was cuffed gently but firmly, guided into the back seat of one patrol car. Relief flooded through me, shaky, fragile, but real. An officer approached us, voice reassuring. "We have enough evidence now. He won't bother you again. You're safe." I exhaled shakily, heart still pounding, but the terror slowly fading. "Thank you." The officers stayed for a while, making sure we felt secure before leaving. When they finally departed, silence returned, but this time it felt different. Not tense or heavy, just calm. Eli stood beside me, still quiet, processing everything. Eventually he looked at me, exhaustion clear in his eyes. "It's really over, isn't it?" I nodded softly, offering a reassuring smile. "I think it finally is." Inside the apartment, we moved cautiously, checking doors and windows, instinctively, habits born of anxiety, not easily shaken. But gradually, tension eased. I brewed tea again, comfortingly familiar in the quiet of the apartment. We sat quietly, side by side on the couch, finally allowing ourselves to breathe fully. After a long silence, Eli spoke quietly, voice filled with quiet strength. "I want to get help, real help, therapy, new medication, whatever it takes. I don't want to feel broken anymore." I reached out, squeezing his hand gently. "You're not broken, Eli, but I understand. We'll find the right person, someone who listens. You're not alone anymore." Eli exhaled softly, leaning into me slightly. "Thank you for believing in me, even when I didn't." I squeezed his hand again, eyes filling with quiet emotion. "I'll always believe in you." The next few weeks passed slowly, filled with police visits, therapy appointments, and small moments of progress. Eli started therapy with someone patient and understanding, someone who genuinely listened. Slowly, the shadows began to fade from his eyes, replaced by cautious optimism. I returned to work gradually, anxiety lessening each day. Daniel remained in custody, awaiting trial, but the fear he'd instilled began fading, replaced by cautious relief. Life slowly returned to normal, or at least a new normal. Eli moved into a small apartment nearby, regaining independence while maintaining close support. Our relationship strengthened, trust rebuilt carefully from fragile pieces. Months later, on a quiet afternoon, Eli and I walked through the same park where we'd met weeks ago. This time our conversation flowed gently, comfortably. Eli paused briefly, smiling softly at me. "I never imagined feeling like this, like myself again." I smiled warmly back. "You deserve it, Eli, and you earned it." He hesitated briefly, then gently pulled me into a hug. "I couldn't have done this without you." I hugged him tightly, emotion thickening my throat. "I wouldn't have let you do it alone." We stood quietly, finally at peace. The fear we'd felt, the threats, Daniel's manipulations all seemed distant now, no longer powerful enough to control us. Eventually, Eli stepped back, eyes bright with quiet hope. "Ready?" he asked softly, gesturing down the familiar park path. I nodded, smiling gently. Together, side by side, we continued forward. I had been driving all night. The kind of shift where the city feels like a different place, quieter, darker, the streets stretching endlessly beneath flickering yellow streetlights. The rides were mostly the same: tired bartenders heading home, couples too drunk to drive, office workers staring dead-eyed at their phones, wishing they were anywhere but in my back seat. By 2:30 a.m., I was ready to be done. Then the last request popped up. No profile picture, no name, just Rider A. The pickup point was on the edge of downtown, near a strip of old buildings slated for demolition. I almost ignored it. The place was mostly abandoned now, businesses closing one by one, the city swallowing the land for new development. But the payout was good, too good. So I accepted. I pulled up to the curb. The street was empty. No bars, no lights, just rows of old storefronts with boarded-up windows. The kind of place you didn't hang around after dark. I checked the app. No messages. I waited. 3 minutes passed. Just as I was about to cancel, the back door opened. The man slid in quickly. I jumped a little. I hadn't even seen him approach. "Hey," I said, forcing a casual tone. "You Rider A?" No response. He was wearing a long black coat, the kind that swallowed his frame. His hands rested in his lap, long fingers too still. A black hat covered most of his face, shadow swallowing his features. Something felt off. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Where are you headed?" He didn't answer. Then finally, his voice low, almost mechanical. "Lincoln Street." Something in my stomach twisted. Lincoln Street was nowhere near here. It was on the other side of the city. An old neighborhood, mostly abandoned now. I had only driven through there once or twice, but I remembered it wasn't a place you went at night. "You sure?" I asked. "That's kind of far, almost outside the city limits." The man didn't move, didn't blink. Just repeated flatly, "Lincoln Street." I should have canceled the ride. I should have told him to get out. But instead, I sighed and shifted into drive. The payout was good, too good. I took one last glance at him in the mirror. Something in my chest tightened. The streetlights flickered as we pulled away. The ride was quiet, too quiet. Most passengers fidget. They scroll through their phones, hum to the radio, adjust their seatbelts, something. But this guy, nothing. No movement, no sounds. Just stillness. The longer we drove, the heavier the air in the car became. I could feel it in my chest, thick and pressing, like the space had somehow shrunk without me noticing. I kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror. His head was slightly tilted downward, shadow covering most of his face. The brim of his hat was low, but I could just barely see his mouth. He wasn't smiling, wasn't frowning either. His expression was void, like a person caught between moments, like someone who had forgotten they were supposed to be alive. The streetlights passed in streaks of orange, flashing against the windshield, against his face. I cleared my throat. "So, been out late?" No answer. I gripped the wheel a little tighter. "Just visiting someone?" Nothing. "Work?" Silence. I exhaled sharply through my nose, shaking my head. "All right, man, cool." Maybe he was just drunk, or high. Maybe he was mute, or maybe he just didn't want to talk. Fine by me. I turned up the radio just enough to fill the void. Static. I frowned, glancing at the screen. The signal had died. Which didn't make sense. I knew this part of the city. There was no reason for the station to cut out. I tried switching channels. More static. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. The man hadn't moved. Not once. Something cold crept down my spine. I faced forward again. Just drive. The buildings thinned as we moved into the older part of town, streetlights flickering weakly above the cracked pavement. Lincoln Street wasn't a place people went anymore. It used to be a nice neighborhood, decades ago, but time had taken it. Families moved out. The city forgot about it. Now, it was mostly boarded-up houses and empty lots. I had only been out here once before, and that was during the day. It was eerie even then. At night, it felt wrong. Like the air was thicker, like the houses were watching. The closer we got, the more uneasy I felt. My fingers tightened on the wheel. Almost there, I muttered, more to myself than him. The turn onto Lincoln Street was sharp, the road uneven under my tires. The houses were exactly how I remembered them dead. Broken windows, graffiti, a few streetlights struggling to stay alive. And then, his voice. Low, flat. Here. I blinked. We had barely entered the street. I slowed down. Which house? The man didn't move. Didn't gesture. Just said, here. I let the car roll to a stop. The house in front of us was the worst one on the block. Not just abandoned. Condemned. The front door was missing. A half-ripped police notice fluttered against the wood. The windows were shattered, their gaping holes like black, empty eyes. The entire place looked wrong, like it didn't want to be seen. I frowned. Are you sure? No answer. I turned to look at him, and my stomach dropped. The back seat was empty. The door hadn't opened. I hadn't heard anything, but he was gone. The seat belt was still buckled. I froze. A chill ran up my arms, my breath coming fast. I twisted around fully, shoving the seat forward. Nothing. No sign of him. I whipped my head back toward the house. The door was open now, swinging slightly in the breeze. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling. No service. The screen flickered. I swore under my breath. Something was wrong. So fucking wrong. I hit the lock button on my doors. Clunk. Then slowly I reached for the gear shift. A sharp bang rang out. I jumped. The sound had come from behind me. From the trunk. I sat there, frozen, my breath too loud. Bang. Again. From inside the car. Like something was inside my trunk, trying to get out. I swallowed hard, my heartbeat hammering against my ribs. This isn't real. But it was. Another bang louder this time. I wasn't going to check. I wasn't that kind of person. I threw the car into drive and peeled out of there, tires screeching against the pavement. My hands were slick with sweat, my knuckles white on the wheel. The road twisted and turned, my headlights barely illuminating the broken pavement ahead. I didn't stop. Not until I hit the freeway. Not until I saw the familiar glow of the city ahead. Only then did I pull over. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely put the car in park. The silence inside the car felt too loud. I glanced at my phone. Full service now. Like nothing had ever happened. I let out a shaky breath. Get out. I turned off the engine and stepped into the cold night air, my breath coming fast, uneven. I walked to the back of the car, my hands trembling. Don't do this. But I had to. I gripped the trunk handle and pressed the release. The latch clicked. The trunk swung open. Empty. Nothing inside. Just my emergency kit, a spare tire. No sign of anything. I stood there, staring, my mind racing. I wasn't crazy. I heard it. I felt it. Something had been in there. Or something had left. I slammed the trunk shut, my heart still pounding. I needed to go home. I needed to forget this ever happened. But as I climbed back into the driver's seat, I noticed something. My ride history. The trip wasn't there. No record of Rider A. No pickup. No drop-off. Like the ride had never existed. Like he had never existed. My fingers trembled as I closed the app. Put the car in drive. And slowly, without looking back, I drove home. I drove home in silence, gripping the wheel so tight my fingers ached. The city lights came into view, warm, familiar, safe, but they didn't comfort me. Nothing did. I couldn't stop replaying what had happened. The ride, the empty back seat, the banging in the trunk. And the worst part? The ride was never booked. I pulled into my apartment's parking lot and cut the engine. My breath was uneven, my skin damp with sweat. I forced myself to stay seated, gripping the wheel until my pulse stopped thundering in my ears. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe I was just tired. I had been driving for hours. Could I have imagined it? Number. I heard the footsteps. I heard the door open. I felt him in the car. I swallowed hard, staring at my phone screen. The app was still open, the ride history sitting there empty. But then, a notification. One I hadn't seen before. A pending trip review. My stomach twisted. I tapped on it with shaky fingers. There was no passenger name, no location, just one option. Rate your ride with Rider A. The rating screen glowed at me, waiting. 5 empty stars. I stared at it, my body suddenly ice cold. This wasn't real. I pressed 1 star just to see what would happen. The screen flickered. Then a new message appeared. A text. From Rider A. Thank you for the ride. I nearly dropped the phone. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I had to be dreaming. Another message popped up. I enjoyed our time together. My stomach turned. A final message. Let's do it again soon. I threw the phone down. My breathing was shallow, chest tight with something I couldn't even name. Number no, no, no. I grabbed the device, my fingers shaking, and checked the number. Unknown. I opened the chat, history, nothing was there. The messages were gone. The review request was gone. I exhaled sharply, rubbing my face. I was tired. I needed sleep. That's all this was. I locked my car and made my way inside. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the back seat, the empty space where he had been. The dream came just before dawn. I was back in the car, driving. The city was gone. The streets stretched endlessly, lined with houses that had no windows, no doors, just dark, gaping holes. I gripped the wheel, trying to stop, but I couldn't. My hands wouldn't move. Then, A whisper from the back seat, soft, amused. "You pick me up." My breath hitched. I looked in the mirror. A man sat in the back seat, but it wasn't him. His face was blurred, flickering, like static on an old television. "I like this game," he said. I tried to wake up, tried to jerk myself out of it, but the dream held me there. The man leaned forward, his face shifting, morphing, trying to form something recognizable. "You'll pick me up again, won't you?" I woke up gasping. The next day, I deleted the app. I told myself that was enough. That if I just stopped driving, if I stopped picking people up, I would be safe. But I knew deep down that wasn't true. Because later that night, when I got back in my car to run errands, the seatbelt in the back was still buckled. I never picked up another passenger again. But sometimes, when I drive alone at night, I hear the seat creak. I hear breathing behind me. And when I glance in the rearview mirror, for just a second, I see a shape in the back seat, waiting. Emma had waited forever to be allowed to stay home alone. 9 years old, felt grown up enough, and besides, her friend Lily had already stayed home alone twice, and nothing bad had happened to her. The conversation with her parents had taken weeks of careful negotiation. Her mom had smiled nervously, asking dozens of questions and making endless lists of phone numbers, neighbors, grandparents, emergency numbers stuck neatly on the fridge. Her dad had nodded quietly, smiling with a gentle encouragement that Emma treasured. She was ready, she assured them. The day finally came, and her parents stood by the door, giving instructions one last time before stepping out into the golden late afternoon sunlight. Emma promised she'd lock all the doors immediately. She even did it in front of them, sliding each latch into place with a reassuring click. Once alone, the house felt different, larger somehow. Emma went to the kitchen first, savoring the independence as she opened the cabinets, examining the boxes of snacks her mother usually rationed. She picked out a bag of chips and poured herself some apple juice, grinning to herself at the rare freedom of it. She settled on the couch and turned on the television, flipping through channels to find something interesting. She liked the way the sound of the television filled the house, making it less quiet, less empty. For a while, everything felt completely normal, comfortable, and exciting in a gentle, safe sort of way. After a bit, the sun began to slip lower, casting amber-colored patterns across the living room carpet. Emma remembered the swing set outside. She decided to play in the backyard before it got dark. Outside, the air was fresh, with that special late evening smell of cool grass and blooming flowers. The sky turned into a soft mixture of pink and orange as she swung higher, feeling the cool evening breeze brush gently against her cheeks. Eventually, the sky darkened, and the air turned chilly. She hopped off the swing and hurried inside, closing the door and locking it carefully behind her. The house felt different now, quieter. Emma brushed the feeling off, switching the television back on to break the silence again, reassuring herself. But the quiet seemed to push back, heavy and strange. After a few minutes, she heard something, a small, soft creak, barely audible above the sound of cartoons on the television. Emma frowned, muting the television to listen. Silence filled the house again, heavy, patient, and empty. She waited, breathing quietly. Then again a faint creak, soft but clear enough to catch her attention. Emma told herself firmly that houses made noises all the time. It was just the wood, or the pipes, or something simple like that. But then the noise shifted, becoming softer, regular, like slow, careful footsteps somewhere downstairs. Emma's breath quickened slightly as she turned her head toward the stairs, heart beginning to thud gently in her chest. She stood slowly, tiptoeing to the staircase, and peering down into the dim hallway below. Nothing moved. No shapes appeared in the soft darkness. Maybe she had imagined it. Maybe she was just nervous because it was her first time alone. Emma returned to the couch, turning the sound back on to calm herself. The cartoon voices seemed comforting at first, familiar and friendly, but only a minute later, another sound came clearer this time. Footsteps, steady and deliberate, moving quietly from the kitchen toward the downstairs bathroom. Emma's pulse jumped sharply. Her hands felt cold as she muted the television again. The house grew heavy with silence again, the darkness now pressing more insistently at the edges of her vision. She felt a cold knot in her stomach. She stood up, walking slowly toward the hallway, stopping carefully at the top of the stairs. Looking down, she could see the faint glow of the bathroom's small nightlight underneath the closed door. Emma knew the bathroom door had been left open earlier. She distinctly remembered the soft blue towel hanging neatly by the sink. Suddenly the shadows moved. Emma held her breath as she saw something shift beneath the crack under the door, a slow, deliberate movement of shadow and light. Her throat tightened painfully. Someone was there. Fear flooded her body, her muscles freezing. Thoughts rushed frantically through her mind. Who could it be? Her parents were out. Nobody else had a key. The doors had been locked, she was certain. Yet someone was inside, someone who wasn't supposed to be there. Heart hammering now, Emma forced herself to take slow, shaky steps toward her room, remembering the phone her parents had left on the small bedside table. Her breathing was loud in her ears as she quietly entered the darkened room, grabbing the phone quickly and clutching it tightly in her shaking hands. She moved back toward the staircase slowly, cautiously, her fingers trembling as she dialed 911, whispering softly into the receiver, her voice shaking with fear. "There's someone in my house," she said softly, barely breathing the words. "Please send someone fast." The voice on the other end was calm and reassuring, asking her questions gently, but Emma's attention drifted suddenly back to the bathroom door as it began to open slowly, silently. Emma stopped breathing entirely, feeling every muscle freeze in icy fear. The door opened wider, revealing the pale figure of a woman standing silently in the bathroom's dim glow. Emma stared, eyes wide in terror. The woman was tall, her skin pale, almost glowing faintly, her body motionless. She stood silently, staring blankly, eyes focused on nothing at all, unaware or unconcerned of Emma's presence. Emma's voice choked in her throat, her body trembling as she whispered desperately into the phone, her voice barely audible. "There's a woman in my bathroom. She's inside my house." She backed slowly into the shadows of the hallway, knees weak, heart racing painfully. She stared helplessly as the figure remained unmoving, silent in the cold glow of the small nightlight, staring blankly forward as though waiting, listening, watching something invisible in the empty darkness. Emma gripped the phone tightly, trembling, unable to move, breathless with fear, as distant sirens finally pierced the silence of the night, moving swiftly toward her. The flashing lights of the police cars flickered gently across the walls. bathing the hallway in alternating washes of red and blue. Emma stayed close to the doorway, feeling safer with the cold evening air drifting in from outside. Her breath still felt shallow, as if the panic that had gripped her throat earlier had not fully let go. She watched quietly, her body trembling slightly as two officers methodically searched through each room, their movements deliberate and thorough. From her place at the threshold, Emma could see clearly down the hallway. Her eyes never left the bathroom door, still slightly ajar, the soft glow from inside illuminating the pale tiles. Even now, when help had finally arrived, Emma felt like something was still wrong. Something felt deeply out of place. The officers soon returned, faces calm, though their eyes held a gentle concern as they approached her. "Emma," one of them said softly, crouching down to speak with her gently. "We've checked everywhere. Upstairs, downstairs, all the rooms and closets. There's nobody inside." She felt her heart drop. Confusion rushed in, mingling with the fear she couldn't fully shake. "But I saw her," Emma insisted quietly, desperation edging into her voice. "She was in the bathroom. She was standing right there. I didn't make it up." The officers exchanged a glance that Emma recognized immediately, sympathetic, patient, but ultimately disbelieving. They were kind, gentle even, as they explained to her how sometimes being alone for the first time can play tricks on someone's mind, how imagination can take over, turning shadows and harmless sounds into something scary. Emma didn't argue further, though frustration burned inside her. She knew they wouldn't understand. She barely understood it herself. She nodded quietly instead, looking down at her feet, biting her lower lip to keep her tears back. They promised to wait with her until her parents returned, and Emma quietly thanked them, even though her chest felt tight with hurt and disappointment. When her parents finally rushed in, the house filled instantly with their anxious questions, the warmth of her mother's worried embrace, the soothing tone of her father's reassurances. But it all felt strangely hollow. Even as Emma buried herself into her mother's hug, she kept her eyes fixed cautiously toward the empty hallway. As the officers gave her parents their calm explanations, Emma's mother looked down at her gently. "Are you okay, sweetheart? What happened?" Emma tried again, desperate for them to understand. "I heard someone walking, and when I looked down the hall, there was a lady in the bathroom. I promise, I'm not lying." Her mother looked carefully into her eyes. "We believe you felt scared, Em," she said softly, gently stroking her hair. "But maybe being home alone was just a little too much. That can happen." Emma didn't say anything more. She felt exhausted, defeated, even though her heart still knew the truth. When everyone finally left, the house felt bigger, emptier, heavier somehow. Her parents stayed close, carefully guiding her upstairs, tucking her into bed as if she were younger than she was. Emma didn't protest. She didn't have the strength. When the lights went out, she stared silently into the darkness, eyes wide open, body stiff beneath the covers. Every small noise, the hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the soft creaks of the old house settling, sent a fresh wave of fear pulsing through her. Sleep did not come easily, and when it did, it was thin and restless. Emma was never home alone again after that night, at least not willingly. As she grew older, she learned how to hide her discomfort better, smiling quietly when friends would talk about independence or staying up late alone in an empty house. She could never explain to them the icy grip of fear that still tightened her chest whenever silence filled her home, whenever shadows stretched across walls and floors. Over time, life moved forward. High school, college, and eventually her first small apartment. Yet the unease never fully faded. Even as an adult, Emma felt anxiety twist in her stomach every time she stepped through a doorway into a quiet home. She kept lights on longer than necessary, checked and double-checked door locks, and kept background noise music, television, podcasts running almost constantly. Comforting her in small ways she rarely admitted to anyone. At 24 years old, Emma had built routines to cope with that lingering fear. She had nearly convinced herself it was simply an irrational childhood memory blown out of proportion, an artifact of her younger imagination. Until one winter evening when she returned home from work to her small apartment, unlocking the door and stepping inside as she always did. This night felt colder, darker than usual, the winter shadows stretching longer across the walls. As she placed her keys gently onto the table near the entryway, a familiar chill ran down her spine, making her pause, her breath quickening slightly without explanation. Emma switched on the living room lights, feeling only slightly relieved as the bright glow pushed back some of the darkness. She made tea, turned on music, moved around the apartment with practiced ease, trying desperately to shake off the sudden and unexplained unease that gripped her. But later, as she stepped quietly toward the small bathroom down the hall, the old fear surged back with such force that her knees felt weak. The door was ajar, a dim sliver of light from the small nightlight inside, leaking out into the hallway. Her stomach twisted violently, heart racing, chest tightening sharply. She pushed the door open slowly, cautiously. Inside, the small bathroom appeared empty, ordinary, safe. Emma exhaled shakily, feeling suddenly foolish, embarrassed by her fear. Yet as she reached to flick the overhead light switch, something caught her eye in the bathroom mirror, a brief, shadowy movement behind her reflection, a subtle shifting of darkness in the hallway. She spun around quickly, breathless, heart thudding. But the hallway stood empty, silent, nothing moved. Emma felt tears sting her eyes, frustration and fear rising sharply. She whispered softly to herself, voice trembling, almost pleading. "Not again. Please, not again." She closed the bathroom door firmly, locking it quickly, pressing her back against the cool wood, breathing slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Yet deep inside, Emma knew the truth, the same truth she'd known since she was 9 years old, the night when no one had believed her. Something had come into her life then, silent and persistent, hiding just beyond sight, waiting patiently in empty rooms and shadowed doorways. And 24 years old or not, Emma knew she was still the same frightened little girl, trapped alone in a house where nothing was ever truly empty, and the past was never fully gone. It started out simple, just a favor, really. Mia's childhood friends, Aaron and Lacey, were headed to Europe for 2 weeks, some anniversary trip they'd been saving up for. Their house needed watching. Water the plants, bring in the mail, keep an eye on things. Nothing crazy. They even left us a bottle of wine on the counter with a note that said, "Eat whatever, just don't kill the houseplants." We'd just moved into a smaller place in the city. Loud street, thin walls. Their house, by comparison, was like a retreat, big, quiet, at the edge of a wooded area just outside of town. Long gravel driveway, no neighbors in sight, all that. A little eerie, sure, but kind of peaceful too. The sort of place that makes you check the locks twice at night but still feels safe once you're under the covers. The first few days were great. We had space, actual silence. Mia read on the porch with a blanket. I cooked. We went to bed early and slept without being woken by traffic or drunk 20-somethings screaming on the sidewalk. The house was modern, but not cold. Open kitchen, old wooden floors, big windows that looked out onto the trees. The kind of place that makes you realize how tense your life's been just by how your body relaxes when you walk in. I didn't start feeling weird until the third night. It was late. We'd gone to bed around 10. Around 1:30 or so, I heard something. A knock. 3 soft knocks, not loud, not hurried, just deliberate. I sat up, heart already picking up speed. At first I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but Mia turned over beside me and mumbled, "Was that the door?" I held my breath and listened. Silence. I got up, pulled on a hoodie, and walked down the stairs as quietly as I could. Every step creaked just enough to make me feel like I was announcing myself. When I got to the front door, I looked through the peephole. Nothing. No car, no person, no shadows. Just the porch light casting a yellow pool on the front steps and the tall dark of the woods behind it. I opened the door a crack. The night air was cold, still. Not even the trees moved. I waited a few seconds, then locked the door again and went back upstairs. Probably a deer bumping into something, I told myself. Maybe the wind knocking a branch against the house. Still, I didn't sleep much that night. The next day was normal again. We ran errands, made lunch, went for a short hike on one of the nearby trails. Mia didn't seem rattled, and I didn't want to make a thing out of nothing. That night, though, same thing. 1:30 in the morning, knock, knock, knock. I was already awake this time, just lying there, staring at the ceiling. I got up faster. This time I checked all the windows on the way down. Nothing. When I opened the front door, I left it wide for a second. Just stood there, barefoot on the hardwood, looking out into that weird, pitch-black nothing. You don't realize how dark it gets in the woods until you try to find a shape in them. You think your eyes will adjust, but they don't. It just stays black. I stayed up the rest of the night. Saturday on the couch with the lights off, staring out the living room window like I'd catch someone moving. Nothing happened. At dawn, I went back to bed. Mia was still asleep. Later that morning, I checked in with Aaron. Didn't mention the knocks, just asked how the trip was going, if there was anything weird about the house we should know. He texted back something like, "All good, just enjoy it, man. That place is a fortress, nothing to worry about." That word stuck with me. fortress. Didn't feel like one. That night, we double-locked everything, closed all the blinds. Mia teased me a little, called me detective boyfriend. I laughed it off, even though I didn't feel like laughing. But when we went to bed, I left the hallway light on. At 1:30, it happened again. But this time, it wasn't the front door. It was somewhere inside. A knock, faint, like someone tapping on drywall. Then another, behind us, somewhere on the second floor. Mia shot up and looked at me. "Did you hear that?" I nodded. We didn't say anything else. We just got up and started checking doors, closets, the bathroom, nothing. But the knocks kept happening, not constant, just spaced out. One in the hallway, one on the ceiling, then one near the kitchen, we thought. We searched the house. Still nothing. Eventually, we ended up back at the front door. And that's when we noticed it. It was unlocked. I know I locked it. I was the one who turned the bolt, checked it twice, even tested the knob. But it was unlocked. Mia didn't say anything, but her face changed. Not scared exactly, but uncertain. Like she was trying to remember something she didn't want to admit she forgot. We didn't sleep after that. In the morning, we called Aaron. He didn't pick up, so I left a voicemail. Kept it vague. Just asked again if there was anything weird about the property. Wildlife, old plumbing, anything we should know. A few hours later, he texted back. "Hey, just saw this. Everything should be fine. Why? Something happen?" I didn't answer. Not yet. I wanted to check something first. See, I'd been thinking. Something about the way the house was laid out was bugging me. I hadn't realized it before, but certain things didn't quite make sense. Like the front hall closet, it was too shallow. The room above the garage had a door that didn't open, like it was nailed shut. And then there was the basement. We hadn't gone down there at all. It wasn't just unfinished, it was sealed. The door had a padlock on it, one of those thick old brass ones, like the kind you see on storage units. I asked Mia if she remembered them ever mentioning that. She said no. I didn't either. But it was locked. And now I was wondering why. Because here's the thing, the house had a certain lived-in feel. Dishes in the cabinets, random junk drawer stuff, old shoes in the closet. But it also felt staged, too clean. No personal photos, no mess. Like someone had moved out and someone else had moved in halfway. And now we were here. In a house we thought we knew. But maybe we didn't. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the right house at all. I didn't tell Mia what I was really thinking that morning. She already looked tired. She'd been trying to brush it off, saying maybe we were just wound up from all the quiet, or that we weren't used to hearing a house settle. But I could see it in her eyes. She didn't believe that either. She was scared. We both were. But neither of us wanted to be the first to say it out loud. Instead, I made coffee and started going through the drawers in the kitchen, looking for, I don't know, a note, an address label, something. Anything with a name or clue that would confirm this was Aaron and Lacey's house. It sounds dumb now, but in the moment, it wasn't paranoia. It was instinct. Something felt off. I found bills, mostly utilities, all addressed to current resident. No names, no old birthday cards, no wedding photos on the fridge, no calendar with scribbled events or dentist appointments. Mia joined me about an hour later. She didn't say anything at first, just leaned against the counter and watched me go through the junk drawer, where I found some loose keys, dried out pens, and an expired coupon for a pizza place I didn't recognize. "What are we looking for?" she asked finally. "I'm not sure yet." I showed her the envelope. I'd found another utility bill. No name, just resident. She frowned but didn't say anything. Just stared at it like it might rearrange itself if she looked long enough. "You're thinking the same thing I am, right?" I asked. She nodded once. "What if this isn't their house?" We didn't say anything for a while after that. The air felt heavier somehow, thicker. It didn't make sense. We'd been here before once, for a barbecue, maybe 6 months ago. I remember the driveway, the trees, the same wraparound porch. It was quick. We'd stayed for an hour, maybe 2, just long enough to eat, say hi to a few people, and leave. Back then, I didn't pay attention to details. Not really. I wasn't thinking I'd ever be back. And when we pulled up this time, everything looked right. But now I wasn't sure. We decided to try something simple, just call Aaron again and ask. He picked up this time. I put him on speaker. "Hey," he said, voice fuzzy through the speaker. "Everything all right?" "Yeah," I said slowly. "Just wanted to double-check something. What's your address again? For mail, in case anything shows up late." There was a pause. Then, 39 Pine Hollow. Why? I felt my stomach drop. I looked at Mia. Then I said, "That's weird. We're at 37. Another pause, longer this time. "Wait, seriously?" Aaron's voice sounded confused, maybe a little amused. "You sure?" "I mean, yeah, man. That's what the mailbox says." Mia turned and walked to the front window, pulled back the curtain and looked outside. She turned back slowly. "It says 37, she said. Aaron laughed nervously. "I must have typed it wrong." "You're kidding. You've been at the wrong house this whole time." I didn't know what to say. "Dude, I'm so sorry," he said. "That's insane. I thought you guys were there already. Did the key work?" "It was under the mat, like you said," I replied. "No, man," he said. "I keep our spare in the planter. I haven't used a mat key in years." My hands started to sweat. We ended the call not long after that. He sounded a little freaked out, but not nearly as much as we were. Said he'd call Lacey and see if she remembered anything else. Promised to text soon. I told him we'd figure it out. Then I hung up and turned to Mia. "We've been in someone else's house," I said quietly. She didn't answer. We stood there in the kitchen for a long time, long enough for the clock on the microwave to blink once, long enough for the sound of a car passing in the distance to fade back into the trees. Eventually, we decided we needed to leave. It felt wrong to stay even a minute longer. We started packing fast-grabbing chargers, leftover groceries, bathroom stuff. I tossed our bags in the trunk, while Mia ran through the house one last time, making sure we hadn't left anything behind. I was locking the car when I heard her call my name. She wasn't yelling, but something in her voice made me run back inside. She was in the hallway upstairs, standing in front of that weird door above the garage, the one that didn't open. She was pale. "It's open," she said. And it was. The door that had been nailed shut 2 days ago, the one I'd tried pulling at just out of curiosity, it was now cracked open an inch. I reached out and pushed it slowly. It opened without a sound. Inside was a narrow, dark staircase. Wooden, steep, leading down, which made no sense. This was the second floor. That part of the house hung over the garage. There shouldn't have been a stairwell there. There shouldn't have been anything. We didn't go down. We didn't look inside. We backed away together, one step at a time. Mia grabbed her bag. I locked the door behind us. We left. We drove back to the city in complete silence. No music, no talking, just the sound of the road under the tires. Back at our apartment, everything felt smaller and louder, but somehow safer too. We stayed up all night, watching reruns of cooking shows, eating whatever we had left in the freezer. Neither of us wanted to sleep. The next morning, I checked the map. 39 Pine Hollow was a quarter-mile down the road. Same woods, same kind of porch, a real house with Aaron and Lacey's name on the property records. 37? Nothing came up. No listing. No name. Just a square of property marked unoccupied. Mia stood behind me, looking at the screen. "Maybe it was a mistake," she said. I didn't answer, because we both knew it wasn't. Neither of us went to work the next day. Mia called out sick. I didn't even bother calling. We stayed home, ate cold cereal, sat on the couch in our apartment with the blinds drawn. The air felt stale, like the weirdness of that house had followed us back, tucked into the seams of our clothes or the folds of our thoughts. We didn't talk much that morning. Every time one of us opened our mouth to say something, we stopped short, like we were trying to protect the quiet, or maybe trying not to make it all feel more real. Around 10, my phone buzzed. It was Aaron. He'd sent a voice memo. "Hey, so, I checked our messages and yeah, I definitely typed the wrong number. Totally my fault. But that's so weird. I had no idea anyone even lived at 37 anymore. It's been empty for years. It's not even listed on the property rolls, I don't think. Some old family used to own it, but I think they moved out in like 2015. Anyway, sorry again, man. I'm glad you guys are okay. I played the message twice. Mia listened both times, her arms folded, mouth tight. Then she said, "So if it's been empty, why was the key there?" I didn't have an answer. That question kept circling back. The key, the lights, the stocked fridge, the made bed, all of it suggested someone lived there, or at least had been keeping it up. But if Aaron was right, and there really hadn't been anyone there in years, then who was maintaining it? That afternoon, I looked it up. Public property records, old real estate listings, anything I could find. And he was right. 37 Pine Hollow hadn't had an active listing in almost a decade. The most recent document was from 2014, a transfer of ownership from a Land and How to an LLC I didn't recognize. After that, nothing. No tenant history, no utilities in use, no county records, just silence. The LLC name struck me as weird. It didn't link to any property management company or real estate group, just some generic name that came up in a bunch of inactive business filings, which meant either someone had been sitting on the property for years or they'd wanted it to disappear on paper. That night, we went through the photos we'd taken while staying there. There weren't many, just a couple of phone shots Mia had snapped. Her reading on the porch, a tray of food we'd set out on the kitchen island, a blurry picture of me pretending to burn a frozen pizza. But in one of the photos, just barely visible in the reflection of the microwave, was something I hadn't noticed before. A shape. Tall, narrow, standing just behind the edge of the kitchen doorway. You couldn't make it out clearly. Could have been a shadow, or the way the light hit a chair, but it looked wrong, like something was there, watching. I showed Mia. She didn't say anything. She just stood up, walked to the sink, and started washing dishes we hadn't used. I didn't push it. That night, we double-checked every lock in the apartment, shut every curtain, put our phones on silent, and kept the television on low until 2 in the morning. Neither of us said it, but we were waiting for something, listening for a knock. It didn't come. The next day, Mia had to go into work. She's a dental assistant, and they were short-staffed, so she couldn't miss again. I dropped her off just after 8, then sat in the car for a long time, and I knew what I had to do. I drove back. Not inside, not yet, just back to the street. I needed to see it in daylight, needed to know I wasn't losing it. It was early, the sun still low behind the trees. The road to Pine Hollow was mostly dirt and gravel, with spots where the asphalt cracked like dried skin. I drove slowly, pulled up to the house like I belonged there. 37 looked exactly the same, untouched. Mailbox still leaning to one side. Porch still quiet. No car in the drive. I parked across the street and killed the engine. Waited. 5 minutes. Then 10. Nothing moved. Eventually, I got out, walked slowly across the road, gravel crunching under my shoes. My hands were sweating. The front door looked normal. The mat was still there. So was the key. Exactly where we'd found it. I didn't pick it up. I walked around the side instead. Backyard was overgrown, grass up to my knees. A half-buried swing set leaned against the fence. One of the chains snapped. The back porch door had a deadbolt, locked. I circled back to the driveway. That's when I noticed the door above the garage. Still cracked open. Still leading down. I stood there for a long time, just looking. Then I pulled out my phone and took a picture. A second later, I took another and froze. Because in the second picture, only the second something was different. The door was closed. Not slammed, not ajar, shut. I hadn't looked away, hadn't blinked. It just wasn't open anymore. I didn't wait around. I got in the car and drove, faster this time. Back home, I didn't tell Mia what I'd seen. She asked if I'd gone back, and I said yeah, just drove past. She didn't press. I think she knew not to. That night, she brought up something I hadn't expected. "We should tell someone," she said, sitting on the couch with a blanket wrapped around her. "The police, or the county." "And say what?" I asked. She didn't answer right away, then softly, that we were living in a place that doesn't exist. That phrase stuck with me, because that's exactly what it felt like. We didn't belong there. And now that we'd left, it felt like the house had folded in on itself, like it didn't want to be found again. But something inside it did. And I wasn't sure if it would let us go that easily. Mia didn't sleep the night after I went back. Neither did I. We both pretended to. That quiet, polite kind of pretending where nobody says, "I'm scared," but both people are wide awake staring at the ceiling. She got up around 5, sat at the kitchen table in the dark. I joined her a few minutes later, just poured us both coffee without asking. "I've been thinking about the stairs," she said finally. I nodded. I didn't have to ask which ones. "The ones that went down," she added, her voice quiet. "They weren't on the original floor plan." That made me pause. Original floor plan? I looked it up, online, after you went back. Remember how Aaron said the house was built in the 60s? Yeah. Well, the plans are public. You can find scanned versions if you know where to look. She pulled her phone out and turned the screen toward me. Sure enough, there was a PDF, black and white, faint dotted lines, labels for every room, kitchen, den, 2 bedrooms upstairs, no basement, just a garage and a crawl space marked under it. No second staircase, no additional door, and definitely no reason there should have been anything under that part of the house. "So what's down there?" I asked. She shrugged. "I don't know, but someone added it later." "Someone?" I asked, careful. She looked up at me then. You know what I mean. And I did. Because it wasn't just that the stairs were new, it was that they'd been hidden. Someone had gone out of their way to seal the door, nail it shut, hide it in plain sight. Then later, someone else, maybe the same person, opened it again. And we had been living directly above it. That day, I couldn't sit still. I kept pacing the apartment, checking the same windows, flipping through the same websites I'd already read a dozen times. No new listings for the house. No registered address under 37 Pine Hollow. It wasn't listed as condemned. It wasn't for sale. It wasn't even there, officially. Just a ghost property with no owner, no occupant, and no paper trail since 2014. Around 1 in the afternoon, I opened my messages to Aaron and sent him a photo. It was the door over the garage, the one I'd taken before it slammed shut on its own. "Does this look familiar?" I typed. He read it almost immediately. The little typing dots showed up, then stopped, then started again, then nothing. No response. I waited an hour before I texted again. Still nothing. I didn't like it. Mia came home early that day. Said her manager let her go after she broke a dental pick during a cleaning. She didn't say more than that, and I didn't ask. By evening, we were back on the couch, curtains drawn, phones silent. I had the news on low volume, something about a missing hiker in the area, someone last seen near the Pine Hollow trails. Mia watched for a minute, then looked away. "What if it's not the house?" she said, not looking at me. "What do you mean?" "What if it's something around it? Like the location, the woods." I thought about that for a long moment. We were inside most of the time. She nodded slowly. "Yeah, but maybe that's what it wanted." I didn't ask what it meant. Neither of us were trying to define it anymore. Whatever was happening wasn't logical. It wasn't something you could file a police report about. It wasn't even something you could really describe without sounding like you'd lost your mind. It was just something we'd stepped into, and now it was with us. Later that night, I got a phone call. Unknown number, no name. I let it ring. Then it rang again. Same number. This time, I picked up. "Hello?" Nothing. No breathing. No background noise. Just silence. I waited. Said hello again. Still nothing. Then, right before I hung up, I heard something. Faint. Rhythmic. 3 slow knocks. Click. Call ended. I stared at the phone for a long time. Mia walked in a few seconds later, saw my face, didn't even ask. "Was it him?" she said. I didn't answer, because I didn't know who him was. We slept with the lights on again. The next morning, I got another message from Aaron. Just 2 words. "Don't go back." That was it. No explanation, no apology, no follow-up. I showed Mia. She stared at it like she was trying to figure out what it didn't say. We tried to call him, but the number went straight to voicemail. Tried Lacey too. Same thing. I looked up flight records. Their trip to Europe? It was booked. Yeah, but there was no check-in, no boarding scan. They never got on the plane. They never left. Which means the call from Aaron, the one that sent us to the wrong address, wasn't a mistake. And if it wasn't a mistake, then what the hell was it? We didn't talk much after that. We both felt it, that shift, like this thing had gone from weird to wrong, like we were no longer dealing with a mix-up or some forgotten house in the woods. Something had wanted us there. And now we'd left, but it hadn't let go. The next night, the knocking came again. Not at the front door, not from the hallway. From the walls. Inside. 3 knocks. Then silence. Then again. But this time, it wasn't just knocks. It was a voice. A man's voice, muffled through the drywall, as if standing in the space between floors. I couldn't understand the words, but Mia heard them clearly. Her face went pale. "What did he say?" I asked. She looked up slowly, her eyes wide, her voice barely a whisper. "He said we forgot something." We didn't sleep that night, not after what Mia said. He said we forgot something. That sentence sat in the air like smoke. I didn't ask her to repeat it. I didn't have to. Her face said enough she hadn't been guessing, hadn't misheard. It was clear. A man's voice, coming from inside the walls of our apartment, telling us we'd forgotten something. I searched the whole place, top to bottom, checked closets, corners under the bed, pulled open every drawer. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been inside. I opened the utility hatch in the hallway. It led to the crawl space between our apartment and the one next door, just dusty insulation and old wiring. I stared into it for a long time, waiting for something to move, something to breathe. Nothing did. Mia didn't move from the couch. She sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, staring at the television that was still playing a cooking show on mute. Her eyes weren't tracking the screen. She was somewhere else, still hearing it. I sat next to her eventually. She didn't say anything, didn't look at me, just leaned into my shoulder like she used to when we were first dating and watching horror movies. Only this wasn't a movie, and neither of us could turn it off. The next morning, I drove to Pine Hollow again. Alone. Mia didn't want me to go. We argued about it quietly, without raising our voices. I told her I needed to know if something was still there. She asked why it mattered, why I couldn't just let it go. "Because someone's playing with us," I said, "and I want to see their face." But that wasn't the truth, not all of it. The real reason? I needed to know if I'd really seen the stairs, if the door had really moved, if the house was even there. I needed proof that I wasn't losing it. I parked half a block away and walked the rest. 37 Pine Hollow stood exactly where it always had. Same leaning mailbox, Same chipped shutters, same cracked step on the porch. But the key wasn't there anymore. The mat was gone. No sign anyone had ever left anything under it. I walked around the back again, peered into the windows, still looked lived in, furniture in place, a mug on the counter, a lamp with a yellowed shade in the corner, same as before. Then I circled back to the front. The door was open. Just a crack. I didn't touch it at first, just stood there on the porch listening. The wind rustled through the trees. A few birds called in the distance, but from the house itself nothing. I pushed the door open with my foot. It creaked, just like before. Same entryway, same rug, same kitchen down the hall. But it didn't feel the same. The air was wrong, not cold, not hot, just off, heavy, like something was waiting. I stepped inside. "Hello?" I called out, just to be sure. No answer. I walked through the kitchen, into the living room. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. Even the coffee mug on the counter, the one Mia had used on our last morning, was still there. Same faint ring of coffee at the bottom, same lipstick print on the rim. I turned toward the hallway, walked slowly, checking every door again. Bathroom, bedroom, closet, all empty. Then I stood in front of the sealed door above the garage. It was closed again, but the nails were gone. Just smooth wood now, a knob. I put my hand on it. It turned easily. The door opened, and there it was. The staircase. Still steep, still dark, still leading down. I stood at the top for a long time, long enough to consider turning around, leaving, calling someone. But I didn't. I took one step, then another. The stairs creaked softly under my weight. The walls closed in as I went lower. The air smelled like damp wood, and something else, something faintly metallic, like rust. There were no lights. I used the flashlight on my phone. At the bottom of the stairs was a narrow hallway. The floor was cement. The walls were unfinished drywall, seams still exposed. It didn't feel like a basement. It felt like a hallway that had been built inside something else, like it wasn't supposed to be there. There were no windows, just one door at the end. I walked slowly. My own breathing sounded too loud. At the door, I stopped. It was closed, but not locked. I hesitated. Then I opened it. Inside was a small room. Square, maybe 10 by 10. Empty, except for the walls. They were covered in photographs. Hundreds of them. Most were faded, some torn, all pinned to the drywall, edge to edge. They weren't framed, just stuck there like someone had wanted to see them all at once. No order, no pattern. I stepped closer, and that's when I saw our faces. Mine, Mia's. Photos of us, some recent, some old. One of Mia walking out of work. One of me pumping gas. One of us sitting on the porch of this house laughing. Another of us asleep on the couch in the living room. Dozens of them. All from angles we couldn't have seen. All taken without our knowledge. I backed out of the room. Nearly tripped over my own feet on the way up the stairs. Didn't shut the door behind me. Didn't check the rooms again. I got in the car and drove. Didn't look back. Didn't tell Mia the full truth when I got home. I told her the house was empty, that no one had been there. She didn't press. She just looked at me and said, "We need to go somewhere, leave for a while." And I nodded. But the truth? The truth is, I don't think leaving will fix it. Because someone out there still has the rest of those photos. And I don't know what else they've seen. We didn't pack much. A couple of backpacks, some clothes, chargers, my laptop, and Mia's sketchbook, the essentials. We weren't even sure where we were going, we just knew we couldn't stay. Not in that apartment, not in that city, not with that house just 30 minutes away. Mia booked the motel, one of those old highway places with carpet that smells like smoke and TVs mounted too high on the wall. We didn't care. We just needed 4 walls and a door with a lock. We told ourselves it was temporary. A few days, maybe a week. Just enough time to clear our heads, figure out the next step. But I think we both knew this wasn't about clearing our heads. This was about distance, the kind you can measure in miles and in memory. The first night there, we didn't speak much. We sat on the bed with the television on low, watching a cooking competition we weren't really watching. I looked over once and noticed Mia had tears in her eyes. Not crying exactly, just leaking, silent, controlled, like her body was reacting in a way her brain hadn't caught up with yet. "I keep thinking about that voice," she said finally, "about how calm it sounded." I didn't say anything. I was thinking about the photos, the way some of them had been taken from inside the house, inside the bedroom, inside the car. Someone had been following us long before we set foot in that place. The second night, I went through my phone. I hadn't really done that yet, not with focus. But now, in that cheap motel room with the off-white lamp buzzing and the hum of the air conditioner behind me, I went through every photo I'd taken for the past 2 months. I found one I didn't remember taking. It was dark, grainy, a photo of our bedroom, from the foot of the bed looking directly at where we sleep. The timestamp said it was from the week before we house sat. I showed it to Mia. She stared at it for a long time, then whispered, "That's not your phone." "What?" She turned the screen toward me again. "Look at the time, 3:16 a.m. That night, I got up to get water and came back and said you were sleeping weird." "Yeah, you weren't holding your phone." She was right. I remember that night. I remember waking up to the bathroom light. I remember her getting back into bed. I remember rolling over and feeling cold where the blanket had slipped. But I don't remember taking a picture. And if I didn't, then who did? We didn't sleep that night either. I started checking my phone settings, looked for any sign of remote access, airdrops, weird app permissions, anything. Nothing showed up. No spyware, no tracking software. But that didn't make me feel any better. Because if someone had physical access to the phone, that was worse. That meant they'd been close enough to hold it. And I hadn't noticed. The third day in the motel, we finally got a call back from Lacey. It came from a different number one I didn't recognize. She sounded tired, on edge, like she'd been crying or hadn't slept. "Don't go back," she said immediately. "I'm not planning to," I replied. "You don't understand," she said. "He doesn't let people leave." I paused. "Who?" But she didn't answer the question. "There's no lease," she continued, voice shaking now. "No records. That's why. That's how it works. If you find it, and you enter it, he picks you." "Lacey," I said slowly. "Who's he?" Another pause. Then quietly, "He lives under it." Click. Call ended. I tried calling back, straight to voicemail. Mia stared at me from across the room, pale as a sheet. "What the hell does that mean?" she asked. I didn't know. I still don't. But that word under it hit me like ice. Because that was exactly what I'd felt when I went into that basement. That something beneath the house was watching, waiting. And somehow, we'd been invited in. The next morning, I found a note on the windshield of our car. Just a single piece of paper folded in half, tucked under the wiper. No envelope. I looked around the parking lot before I touched it. Motel was quiet, a couple of cars, one guy smoking by the vending machine, nobody looking at me. I opened the note. Inside was a photo, black and white. It was us, sleeping. Mia curled up on the left side, me on the right, the motel bed, same blanket, same headboard. Taken sometime in the last 2 days. Underneath, written in ink, "Come back, you forgot something." I didn't show Mia. I told her it was a coupon or some trash someone stuck there by mistake. Then I went into the bathroom and threw up. That afternoon I made a decision. We had to finish this. Not out of bravery, not even logic. Out of exhaustion. Because this thing, whatever it was, wasn't going to leave us alone. Not until we went back. Not until we found whatever it thought we left behind. That night, I told Mia. She didn't argue. She just nodded once, then said, "We'll go in the morning." It wasn't surrender. It was something else. Resolve, maybe. We didn't sleep. We didn't talk much either. We just waited for the sun. Because we both knew deep down that whatever lived beneath that house, it hadn't stopped watching. and it never would. We left the motel just after sunrise. No bags, no distractions, just the two of us in the car with the heater running low and our fingers laced tight on the center console. Mia didn't ask if I was sure. I didn't need to ask her either. We were past that. The air felt different that morning, heavier, like something was waiting for us to finish what we started, like the house had been holding its breath. The drive was quiet. The road to Pine Hollow felt longer than usual, maybe because we were both watching the trees instead of the GPS. Every turn felt sharper, every shadow a little darker than it should have been. We parked 2 houses down, not directly in front. I didn't want to give whatever or whoever was in that house the satisfaction of seeing us arrive. The house looked exactly the same. That was almost worse than if it had changed. The chipped white siding, the crooked mailbox, the cracked step on the porch, all of it perfectly still, a place pretending to be abandoned. The front door was unlocked. Of course it was. We stepped inside together. The smell hit me first. Not rot, not mold, just dust and old wood, that sterile, hollow smell of a place that pretends to be lived in. Everything was exactly where we'd left it. The blanket folded on the couch, the half-used candle on the table, Mia's old mug on the kitchen counter, still stained from dried coffee. But there was no sound, no birds outside, no hum from the fridge, just the kind of silence that presses on your skin. We moved quickly, without talking, straight to the hallway, straight to the sealed door above the garage. It was open. Not wide, just a few inches. Enough. Mia looked at me once before we stepped through. Then we descended. The staircase creaked under our weight. The air got colder with each step. My hand shook as I held the flashlight, but I kept it steady. At the bottom, that narrow hallway again, the unfinished drywall, the smooth concrete floor, and at the end, the door. The photo room. Only now it was different. The photos were gone. Every last one. Just empty walls and pinholes, a faint outline of where each image used to be, like someone had come through with a blade and stripped the walls clean. I stepped inside, still scanning, still waiting for something to move. In the center of the room sat a single cardboard box. That was new. Mia stood by the doorway. She didn't want to come in. I don't blame her. I knelt down beside the box and opened it. Inside there were 4 things. Mia's necklace, the one she lost weeks before we ever came here. A small silver chain with a cracked turquoise pendant. We thought it had fallen down the sink. My old key fob, the one from the car I sold 3 years ago. I hadn't seen it since. A Polaroid photo of the 2 of us sleeping. Not the one from the motel, this was older, dated, handwritten in red ink, January 26th, 2021. A small tape recorder. The kind with actual buttons, no Bluetooth, no screen. I picked it up. It was already on, Already cued. I pressed play. For a few seconds there was nothing. Then a voice. Calm, male, unfamiliar. You left the door open. That was all. Click. Silence. I put everything back in the box. Walked past Mia and back down the hallway. We left the same way we came in. Didn't look back. We didn't talk until we were back in the car, the heater ticking as it warmed up the cabin. My hands were still cold on the steering wheel. Mia finally broke the silence. Do you think he's gone? I stared out the windshield. No, I said. I think he never existed, not the way we thought. She nodded slowly. Then what was all of that? I thought about it. About the photos, the voice, the history of the house, the missing names, the fake listing, the wrong key under the right mat. And then I said it out loud. I think it was a trap, a test. I think someone's been doing this for a long time, finding people who don't ask too many questions, watching how they react. Mia looked at me, eyes sharp. But why us? Because we said yes. And I think that was it. Somehow, by saying yes, by stepping over the threshold, we became part of something. A game, a study, a story someone else wanted to control. I don't know who or why, but I know we were chosen. We didn't go back to the apartment. We packed our things, quit our jobs, moved in with Mia's sister in Oregon for a while. A fresh start. Far away. We don't talk about it much now. Sometimes we do late at night, when sleep doesn't come easy and the air feels too still. We joke about it sometimes, call it the weirdest Airbnb ever. But we always stop laughing eventually. Because deep down, we know the truth. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't a ghost. The smell hit us the moment we unlocked the front door. Not strong, not overwhelming at first, just a faint, wrong undercurrent beneath the crisp scent of fresh paint and floor polish. It was subtle enough that I ignored it at first. It was an old house, a beautiful one, a steal at the price we got it for, but old houses came with quirks. Maybe it was stale air, or dust, or the way wood soaked in decades of life and never quite let it go. But as the days passed, the smell grew. It thickened. By the end of the first week, I couldn't pretend anymore. It wasn't something we were imagining. Something was rotting. At first, we blamed the basement. Sam and I had barely been down there since moving in. It was unfinished floor, exposed pipes running along the ceiling, wooden shelves stacked against the walls. The previous owner had left behind junk-old tools, paint cans, something that looked like an antique birdcage. I hated being down there. The air was damp, wet in a way that clung to the skin. The dim yellow light from the bare bulb in the ceiling barely cut through the shadows. The walls, made of old brick, seemed to lean inward. But the smell was strongest in the far corner. Sam stood there, hands on his hips, frowning at the floor. "It's got to be something down here," he muttered. We searched everything. We checked the vents for dead animals. We pulled the rusted shelving away from the walls, shook out cobweb tarps, flipped old wooden crates. Nothing. No rotting food, no carcasses. No source. It should have been a relief, but it wasn't. Because when you can't find the thing that's wrong, you start wondering if the problem is bigger than you thought. That night, I lay awake in bed, breathing in wood, dust, and decay. And I knew, even before I drifted into sleep, that the smell was getting stronger. We tried everything: bleach, vinegar, a dehumidifier running 24/7. I opened every window in the house, let fresh air churn through every room. And for a little while, I let myself believe it was helping. Until the morning I found flies in the kitchen. Not a swarm, not yet. Just 2 or 3, buzzing lazily over the sink, landing on the counter before darting back into the air. I tried to brush it off. Old houses have cracks. Flies get in. It's summer. But when I looked up, something in my stomach tightened. One of them had landed on the ceiling, right above me. Not moving. Just sitting there, watching. Sam was the first to mention it out loud. "We need to call someone," he said one night over dinner. He looked tired, pale. We both were. The smell had gotten worse, pressing into the walls, into our clothes. I swallowed, setting my fork down. Like who? A plumber, maybe? Someone to check the pipes? Gil already came, I reminded him. He said the drainage is fine. Sam exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. "Then what the hell is it, Claire? Smells don't come from nowhere." I didn't have an answer. That night I heard something. A shift. A soft, slow creak beneath the floor. I told myself it was the house settling. I told myself a lot of things. We called the plumber again. Gil was reluctant to come back, probably because he had already told us there was nothing wrong, but he showed up anyway, dragging his toolbox through the kitchen, shaking his head as we led him downstairs. "I'm telling you," he muttered, "your plumbing's solid." I hovered by the doorway, my arms crossed, then explained the smell. He sniffed the air and made a face. "All right, yeah, I'll admit it's bad." We stood in silence as he knelt down, pressing his palm to the cement floor, his brow furrowed, his expression unreadable. I didn't like that. Didn't like the way his face changed. "What?" Sam asked. Gil rocked back on his heels. "This concrete," he tapped his knuckles against it, "not original." Sam frowned. "What do you mean?" Gil stood, dusting his hands off. "I mean this part of the floor." He gestured to the far corner, where the smell was strongest. It was redone at some point, not that long ago either. I felt something shift inside me, a slow, creeping unease. "Why?" I asked. Gil shrugged. "No idea. Maybe a crack in the foundation. Maybe just cosmetic." He turned, already heading for the stairs. Either way, nothing I can do about it. And then, just before he left, he paused, scratched his jaw, said, "You ever ask the old owners?" I tried. I dug through the house records, found the name of the previous owners, a couple who had only lived here a few years before selling. I searched their names online. Nothing. No social media, no LinkedIn profiles, no trace of them anywhere. Like they had disappeared. I tried calling the number listed in the records. Disconnected. Sam watched me from the doorway. "This is getting in your head," he said quietly. I wanted to agree, wanted to believe he was right. But that night, I heard it again. A shift. A creak. A sound beneath the floor. And this time I knew. It wasn't the house settling. The smell was unbearable now. No matter how much we scrubbed, it was there, thick, deep. A thing that didn't just linger, it lived in the house. It made Sam sick. He swore it wasn't the smell, that it was just a stomach bug, but I wasn't so sure. He sat on the couch, pale, sweating, rubbing at his temples. "I need a break," he muttered, "from all this." I swallowed. "Maybe we should get a hotel for a few days." He let out a breath, nodded. "Yeah." We packed our bags, locked the doors behind us. left the house in silence. But as I turned to look one last time, something in the basement window moved. A flicker, a shadow. Gone too fast. I almost convinced myself I hadn't seen it. But that was the moment I knew. The smell wasn't just a smell. It was a warning. Something was waiting for us. And the second we came back, it would still be there. We stayed in the hotel for 3 days. At first, I told myself we just needed a break, to step away from the house, let our nerves settle, come back with a clearer perspective. But the truth was, I didn't want to go back. Not yet. Because the longer we were away from it, the more I realized just how much the house had gotten under my skin. The smell had seeped into my thoughts, into my clothes. I woke in the hotel bed feeling like it had followed me, clinging to my skin like invisible mold. But Sam was different. By the third morning, he was restless. He paced the hotel room, scrolling through his phone, sighing every few minutes. "This is stupid," he muttered. "It's just a smell." I stayed silent. "We left like someone was hunting us, Claire," he continued, "like the place is haunted or something." I met his gaze. "You think I'm being paranoid?" He hesitated, then carefully, "I think we should stop feeding into this." I exhaled, pressed my fingers to my temples. "Fine, let's go back." And just like that, the decision was made. We packed our bags, checked out of the hotel, and drove home. I had spent 3 days dreading the moment we walked through the front door. But when we did, everything was exactly the same. The windows were closed, the furniture untouched, no signs of movement, no shadows in the basement window. I almost laughed at myself. "See," I told myself, "it was nothing." But then, that night, it started again. It began with the scratching. I woke up sometime after midnight. The house was silent, too silent. And then I heard it. Faint, subtle, a slow, deliberate scrape beneath the floorboards. I froze. It wasn't pipes, not the house settling. It was movement. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragging along the underside of the wood. My breath hitched. Sam stirred beside me, rolling onto his side. "You hear that?" I whispered. A long pause. Then, "No," he mumbled. And then, louder than before, "Scratch." Sam shot up. Now he heard it. I gripped his arm. My heartbeat was hammering. The sound was coming from the basement. Sam hesitated only a moment before throwing the blanket off. I grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" "I'm going down there," he said, already moving. My stomach tightened. "Are you insane?" "Claire, we've been losing sleep over this for weeks." His voice was tight, frustrated. "I need to see what's down there now." He grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand. I followed him out of bed, my feet cold against the hardwood. We moved through the hallway in silence. Through the living room. Stopped at the basement door. The air was heavy. Stagnant. Sam glanced at me once before turning the handle and pushing the door open. I held my breath. A rush of cold, damp air swept past us. The smell hit hard. Stronger than before, wet, rotten. The flashlight beam cut through the dark as Sam stepped down the stairs. I hesitated at the top, my pulse pounding before following. The floor was cool beneath my feet. The old wooden shelves stood undisturbed against the walls. Sam swept the flashlight in slow arcs, searching. Nothing. The basement was empty. But then, a new sound. A click. Not behind us. Not from the walls. From beneath the floor. I grabbed Sam's wrist. "We're leaving." But he wasn't listening. His gaze had locked onto something near the corner of the room. The place where the smell was strongest. Where the plumber had said the foundation had been redone. Sam stepped closer, shining the light over the smooth concrete. His expression changed. "Claire." My throat was too tight to respond. He crouched, ran his fingers along a thin, jagged crack in the cement. Then, barely above a whisper, "This isn't solid." I stared. "What do you mean?" I breathed. He knocked twice, sharply. The sound wasn't right. Hollow. Sam's fingers curled into fists. He turned to me. "We need to see what's under here." The next morning, we bought tools. A sledgehammer, a crowbar, a mask for the dust. Sam stood over the cracked foundation, gripping the handle of the hammer, his expression set. And then he swung. The first hit echoed through the basement. The second cracked through the surface. And the third broke through. The cement gave way, splitting apart like dead skin. The smell that poured out was unbearable. I gagged, stumbling back, pressing my arm over my face. Sam coughed, waving the dust away. We stared. There, beneath the house, a tunnel, a dark, narrow passageway, leading straight under our neighbor's house. My body locked. My skin crawled. A tunnel, a tunnel. Sam lifted the flashlight, aimed it inside. The beam barely penetrated the dark. The passage stretched forward, vanishing into black. A hidden tunnel beneath our house. A place that should not exist. And then I saw something. Number. Someone. A figure. Standing at the far end. Just beyond the reach of the light. Watching. Waiting. I grabbed Sam's wrist, my voice breaking. "We are not going in there." That night, I didn't sleep. Neither did Sam. We sat in the living room, silent, watching the door. And I knew, deep in my chest, we had made a mistake. Because the tunnel wasn't empty. And now, it knew that we knew. We didn't go back into the basement. Not that day, not that night. Not even when the house felt different, like something had shifted beneath our feet, something we could no longer ignore. The knowledge of the tunnel, the fact that it existed, that it had been there all along, sat between us like a living thing. Neither of us spoke about what we had seen at the end of it. The figure, because acknowledging it would make it real. And neither of us was ready for that. By morning, Sam had convinced himself it was nothing. "There's a logical explanation," he said over coffee, his voice tight, too rehearsed. "Maybe it's an old maintenance tunnel. Maybe the previous owners didn't even know about it." I swallowed hard. "Sam." "Or maybe someone dug it themselves," he continued, pushing past my interruption. "An escape route. Could have been used decades ago, maybe during Prohibition, or—" "Sam." He stopped. Slowly, his fingers curled around the mug. He didn't look at me. I exhaled, pressing my palms against the table. There was someone down there. A long silence. Then finally, "We don't know that." I stared at him. "You saw what I saw." His jaw tensed. Could have been a trick of the light. I could hear the edge of desperation in his voice, the need for something to be explainable. He was trying so hard to rationalize it. I couldn't. I wouldn't. Because deep in my gut, I knew. The tunnel wasn't just some old passageway. It was still being used. The smell hadn't gone away. Even with the tunnel open, exposed, it still clung to the walls, soaked into the air like a permanent stain. And then, the noises started. Not just scratching anymore. Something worse. The first night I woke to the sound of breathing. Not next to me. Not in the room. From beneath the floor. Slow, labored. Like someone was lying just underneath us, pressing their face against the wood, exhaling into the cracks. My chest tightened. I stayed perfectly still, listening, my pulse slamming against my ribs. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't pipes. It was breathing. And it wasn't mine. I didn't tell Sam. Not at first. He needed to believe we were still in control, that this was fixable. But things kept happening. The food in the fridge started going missing. Not all of it, just enough. The juice carton was lighter than before. The loaf of bread had one less slice. Small things. Things that could be dismissed. But we weren't eating them. And then, the television turned on by itself. I was alone, in the kitchen. The remote sat untouched on the table. And suddenly, from the living room, a burst of static. I turned the corner, my stomach coiling. The screen was nothing but white noise, flickering, hissing. And then, a voice. Not clear, not distinct. A low, garbled whisper. I grabbed the remote and turned it off. And from somewhere beneath my feet, a slow creak, like someone shifting their weight. I ran. By the next day, Sam couldn't ignore it anymore. I found him in the hallway, staring at the basement door, his hand on the knob, his shoulders rigid. I think, his voice cracked, he swallowed. I think someone's been in the house. I inhaled sharply. The acknowledgement felt like a fuse being lit. Like once he said it out loud, we couldn't go back. He turned to me. We have to see where that tunnel leads. My stomach dropped. No, I said immediately. Claire. We call the police. He let out a bitter laugh. And tell them what? That we found a weird tunnel and we think someone might be. Yes, I snapped. That is exactly what we tell them. But he didn't move. Didn't agree. Instead, he exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. I just need to see, he murmured. And I knew, deep in my bones, that he was going down there, whether I wanted him to or not. That night, I sat on the edge of the bed, gripping my phone, waiting. Sam had gone down into the basement. Alone. I should have stopped him. I should have done something. But I had felt it, the pull. That horrible curiosity. Like the house wanted us to go further. I checked the time, 12:32 a.m. Too long. Way too long. The hairs on the back of my neck rose. Then, a bang. Loud, echoing. I jumped up, my breath caught. The basement door slammed open. And then, footsteps. Fast, heavy. Sam burst through, slamming the door shut behind him. His face was white, his hands shaking. I rushed to him. What? There's a room, he gasped. His breath was ragged, panicked. Claire, there's a room. My stomach twisted. A room, I whispered. His fingers dug into my arms. It's not empty, he choked out. I froze. A thick, horrible silence. And then, finally, what did you see? His lips parted, but for a long time, nothing came out. Then, in a voice I almost didn't recognize, someone's been living there. A shiver slid down my spine. Number. Not been. Still. Sam turned to the basement door. His voice barely a whisper. They know we found it. And from below us, the soft sound of feet against concrete. Moving. Coming up. The sound of footsteps coming up the basement stairs paralyzed me. Slow, deliberate. Not rushed, not panicked. Whoever was down there wasn't afraid of us. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. My body locked in place as the steps creaked beneath unseen weight, the sound growing closer, closer. Then stopped, right at the other side of the door. The air between Sam and me was thick, electric, straining under something neither of us could name. For a long, horrible moment, nothing happened. No knocks, no turning of the knob. Just silence. A silence that stretched too long. A silence that felt like it was listening. And then, softly, a single, slow breath. From the other side of the door, Sam lunged, grabbing my wrist, pulling me toward the front door. I didn't resist. We ran. Through the hallway, past the kitchen, through the front door, slamming it behind us, bolting for the car. Sam fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking too hard to get the door unlocked. I turned just once toward the house. Every window was dark, every curtain drawn, except the basement window. Something shifted. A shadow, low to the ground, unmoving, watching. I grabbed Sam's hand and forced the key into the lock. We threw ourselves inside the car, doors locking automatically as the engine roared to life. Sam's knuckles were white on the wheel. He didn't hesitate, didn't look back. We peeled out of the driveway, tires screeching against pavement. And as we sped down the road, something deep inside me whispered, "It's not over." The police barely took us seriously. We called from the motel we checked into that night, voices frantic, overlapping, stumbling over each other. "There's someone in our house. There's a tunnel under the basement." We heard them. They were right behind the door. The dispatcher sounded calm, too calm. "We'll send someone to check it out." The words felt empty. We barely slept. Every small noise outside the motel made me jump. Every shadow made my breath catch. Morning came too fast. The police called us back. We searched the house. No one was inside. I gripped the phone tighter. "What about the basement?" A brief pause. Then, "We found the tunnel." My stomach flipped. "It leads to the neighboring property," the officer continued. "Another basement. Same setup as yours." I didn't blink. And another pause. "The house has been abandoned for years." The words didn't make sense. Sam, who had been sitting stiffly beside me, sat up straighter. "No," he said. "That's not possible. Someone was down there. Someone was living there." "We found evidence," the officer admitted. "Makeshift bedding, canned food, but no one was there." My mouth felt dry. "Who owns the house?" I asked. A pause. "No one. It's been in probate for decades. The last recorded owner died in 1978. The walls of the motel room tilted. Sam and I stared at each other. This wasn't just a squatter. This wasn't someone passing through. Whoever was down there, they had been there for a long time. And worse, they were gone now. We never went back to the house. We didn't even go back to pack. We broke the lease, ate the financial loss, and left town. Sam's brother drove down a week later, collected our things, and had movers bring them to storage. We found a new place, a modern apartment on the 4th floor of a busy building. No basement. No hidden doors. No tunnels. For weeks, I couldn't sleep without the television on, without the lights burning through the dark. I woke up sweating, convinced I heard breathing beneath the floor. I kept telling myself it was over, that we had escaped. But then, something happened. Something small. Something only I noticed. A box of cereal. I had just opened it the day before, had maybe 2 bowls from it. But when I went to grab breakfast, the box was half empty. At first, I thought Sam had eaten it. But he hadn't. And then I noticed something else. The television remote moved just slightly. Not enough to be obvious. Just enough to make me wonder. And then, the night I woke up and found the hallway closet open. Not wide, just an inch. A crack of darkness beyond the door. The familiar, sickening prickle of dread. The air in the apartment was still, like something had just left the room, like something had been there only moments before. I forced myself to move, to walk over, to reach out and shut the door. Sam stirred in bed behind me, rolling over in his sleep. I slid back under the covers, told myself I was imagining things, but deep down I knew. The house was miles away. The tunnel was miles away. But we hadn't left it behind, because whatever was living there, it had never been confined to that house. And now, it knew where to find us. The first night I was home alone, nothing happened. I was 16 and my parents had gone on a weekend trip, leaving me alone in the house for the first time. I was excited. Netflix, junk food, no rules, just me and our golden retriever, Max. We live in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood, safe, boring even, the kind of place where neighbors wave when they walk by and old couples sit on porches. But our house had a basement, and that basement always made me uneasy. It wasn't finished, just concrete floors and shelves stacked with old junk. The door to it was in the kitchen, and my parents never used it. We had a fridge down there for extra food storage, but otherwise it was just a cold, empty space. That first night, I locked the doors, double-checked the windows, and curled up on the couch with Max. Everything was normal. Until I heard it. A soft creak, a shifting sound, like something moving downstairs. I froze, turning off the television to listen. Silence. Max lifted his head but didn't bark. If it was an animal, he would have reacted. I told myself it was just the house settling. I went to bed with my door locked. The next night, the noises didn't stop. It wasn't just creaking anymore. It was footsteps, faint, slow footsteps. I wasn't crazy. I knew I was hearing someone moving. But every time I built up the courage to check, there was nothing. Max kept perking up at the sounds too, staring toward the kitchen. But he never barked. It was like he knew something was there, but wasn't afraid of it. I called my parents, trying not to sound paranoid. My mom laughed. Used to being alone. That night I barricaded my door with a chair. The next night was worse. I woke up around 1 a.m., thirsty. The house was dark, silent. I grabbed my phone as a flashlight and tiptoed toward the kitchen. Then, as I turned the corner, I saw it. A shadow moved across the living room. I stopped breathing. I wasn't imagining it, something was there. I backed up, my heart pounding so loud it filled my ears. My first instinct was to grab my phone and check the security cameras. I opened the app and scrolled through the last few hours of footage. Then my heart stopped. There was a man. He was naked, stepping out of the basement, moving casually, like he lived here. He walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and took out food. Then, after a few minutes, he disappeared back downstairs. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was not alone. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold my phone. I had two choices. Run, get out of the house and call the police. Stay quiet and pray he didn't come upstairs again. Then Max growled. I turned toward the kitchen, and he was there. The man, naked, pale, thin, standing in the dim glow of the fridge light, holding a pack of sliced ham in his hands. His ribs jutted out, skin stretched thin over his frame. His hair was matted, his hands were filthy, and his eyes wide, surprised, like I was the intruder. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then he bolted. He turned and ran straight out the back door. Naked, into the cold, disappearing into the night. I stood there, frozen, my whole body numb with shock. I called the police. They found signs of someone living in the basement. A pile of blankets, empty water bottles, wrappers from food that had gone missing from our fridge. He'd been sneaking upstairs while we slept. For weeks. But the worst part? There was a small hole behind one of the basement shelves just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Behind it, a hidden crawl space. The man had been living inside our walls. I'm 21 now. This happened 5 years ago, but it still haunts me. I triple lock my doors. I don't sleep without checking my apartment twice. I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced someone is in the house. Because that's the scariest part. Not that he was there, but that he had been there for weeks, moving around while we were home, eating our food, watching, and we never noticed. This isn't a ghost story, it's real. Things like this happen, and I can't help but wonder, what if I had never woken up? What if I had never seen him? Would he still be down there right now, waiting,